Well, get ready for the craziest story you've ever heard. It's true, too, though I don't think you're going to believe it. So where do we begin? About me. I'm not 40 yet, alright, but I am pretty close. Time goes by fast, kids. One day you're in your 20s thinking you have got all the time in the world, and then suddenly you're standing in your kitchen, staring at a stack of overdue bills, realizing you've got nothing put away. No savings, nothing. I used to have a decent job, too. Warehouse work. Long hours, steady enough paycheck to keep me afloat. But I've got a bit of a temper. My boss was going really hard on me one day, really laying into me over something stupid. The kind of thing you could fix in 30 seconds if you weren't trying to make an example out of somebody. I snapped, yelled at him in front of everybody. I didn't just cross the line, I stomped on it, and that was it, I was gone. So there I was, broke, out of work, and feeling like the walls were closing in. No plan, no safety net, just me, cheap beer, and overdue bills. And that's when I saw the ad. Wasn't on a job site. Nah, this was old school. I'd grabbed the newspaper out of boredom, and there it was, tucked between a used car listing and an obituary. Janitor wanted. School. That's it. No phone number, no name. Just an address and a time. The time was the weird part. Midnight. Not 9 in the morning, not after lunch. Midnight. Who the hell interviews someone for a janitor job at midnight? But I didn't have the luxury of being picky. Work was work. I hopped on I-90 that night and started the drive. Old Chevy humming along, gas gauge a little too close to E for comfort. By the time the needle dipped past the red, I knew I had to stop. And that's how I ended up in a place called Daggerland. Wasn't much of a town, just a few blocks strung together with old brick buildings, half the lights burned out on the street lamps. I pulled into a gas station that looked like it hadn't been remodeled since the 70s. Hand pumped my gas, grabbed a stale coffee from the cooler inside. And that's when I saw it. The biggest German Shepherd I have ever laid eyes on. Thing was a beast. Broad shoulders, thick coat, head held high like it owned the whole street. But what really froze me were the scars. Gouges right across its face. Deep claw marks like something with bear-sized paws had tried to rip it apart. Ugly lines carved from its muzzle up past its eye. And yet, somehow, the dog wasn't mean. It stood there in the middle of the street, looking at me with this strange, thoughtful tilt of its head, like it was deciding whether I belonged. And then its tail wagged. It held my stare for another second, and then turned, trotting off into the dark like it had better things to do. Maybe it was going to fight another bear. I pumped my gas, climbed back into the Chevy, and drove the rest of the way. By the time I found the school, it was creeping up on midnight. The place sat on a low hill at the edge of town, hulking in black against the sky. No cars in the lot, no lights in the windows. Just a long, square block of brick with weeds crawling up the walls and a broken chain-link fence sagging around the property. The sign out front was so faded you could barely read it. Letters had peeled off, the school's name half gone. The marquee's bulbs buzzed weakly, a few stubborn ones sputtering yellow light over the cracked pavement. I parked near the steps and killed the engine. The building loomed over me, dark windows lined up in rows, like eyes that hadn't blinked in years. The front doors groaned when I pushed them open. Inside, the hallway stretched out in both directions, dim and uneven under old lights. Some of the fixtures flickered, others were dead entirely, leaving patches of shadow broken up by sudden bursts of light. Display cases lined the walls, their glass fogged and streaked. Trophies sat inside, dulled to a dirty bronze, and plaques hung crooked beside class photos so faded The faces looked more like smudges than people. My boots echoed sharp against the tile as I walked, each step bouncing back at me, louder than it should have. I found the front office and stepped inside. No receptionist, no principal, just an empty desk, a single chair pushed back, like somebody had left halfway through standing up, and one sheet of paper sitting dead center. It said, "Hi, Tommy. You've got the job. Congratulations." Underneath, in thick, kind of angry handwriting that looked like someone had hammered each letter with a black marker, was another line. "All 6 rooms must be cleaned tonight, no matter what. If you do not clean them, you will die." Okay. I folded the paper back up and put it in my pocket. You can call me stupid, but I am the kind of guy who notices weird little things. Superstitions cling to me like lint. If I walk under a ladder, I will apologize out loud. If I step on a crack, I will kick the curb and mutter something until I feel okay. I keep an old coin in my wallet I rub when I'm nervous. Stupid, yeah, sure, but weird little rituals have gotten me through worse nights than this. Standing there in the empty office with that sentence in my pocket, my palms started sweating. I knocked once on the desk, a stupid half laugh at myself, because knocking on wood is the dumbest habit and apparently I still do it. I crossed myself, an action so automatic I hardly thought about it, and then I spat over my left shoulder like my grandmother used to when she wanted to ward off trouble. It felt ridiculous. It also felt right. You don't notice how small things keep you sane until something as blunt as "you will die" is staring you in the face. I took one small look around the room, half expecting a camera, some sort of prank. There was nothing. Just the chair, the faded plaque on the wall, the dim lights above. I slid the paper back into my pocket, and I walked down the hall. I wondered. Didn't mean to, really. Just walking, trying to get my head straight. The school was a maze. Lockers, trophy cases, 100 doors that all looked the same. Most of them were labeled with little printed signs: gym, art, cafeteria. And a lot of them were padlocked or chained. Every corner I turned, the lights hiccuped and then went back to whatever sad light they had left. Then I started seeing them. Red arrows, painted on with a thick brush. Not neat, not official. Hand-drawn arrows, half a dozen inches apart, pointing down the side hall. The paint was still a little glossy, like it hadn't been there long. Each arrow led me further away from the main corridor and toward the back stairwell. They took me down 3 flights into the basement. The stairs were metal, the kind that rattles underfoot. At the bottom, a hand-lettered sign hung crooked on the door. Janitor's room. I opened it. Rows of lockers filled the tiny room. Not the empty, rusted kind you see in abandoned places. These were still bolted to the floor, some of them dented, some with stickers peeling off. A few were open. Jackets draped over the doors, a couple of coffee tumblers, a lone soccer ball tucked into a corner. Someone had left a kid's backpack in one locker, a name tag still stuck to the strap. Another had a winter scarf with frayed ends. My eyes snagged on one locker halfway down. Written across the metal door in thick marker was my name, Tommy. I froze. A laminated ID card was clipped to the door. My picture. My face staring back at me in grainy print, like I'd already been hired years ago. I opened the locker. Inside, folded neat and spotless, was a uniform. Crisp, like it'd never been worn. A new badge clipped to the chest read Tommy in block letters. I stared at it longer than I should have. then shrugged and slipped it on. It fit like it was stitched for me. Sleeves the right length, the waist sitting in the exact place a body my age would expect. When I came back out into the hallway, there it was. A janitor's cart parked just past the stairwell, sitting where it had not been a minute before. Heavy, industrial, with buckets stacked and mops coiled like sleeping snakes. A roll of plastic trash bags hung off the side. It had been wiped clean and organized. I jerked, because I knew I had not seen that when I came downstairs. No footprints, no sound, just the cart sitting patient, like it was waiting for me. I grabbed the handle, the metal cold against my palm, and pushed. The cart rolled smooth enough, but the back hallway sloped up. I had to lean into it, shoulders pressing, feet sliding on the slightly slick tile. The ramp to the first floor felt longer than it should have, an incline that tested every push until sweat pricked at my neck. I kept pushing, up and up. The cart groaned and the wheels clicked, and when I finally made it to the landing, I let out a breath. And that's when I heard it. Music. Not the kind you'd hear on the radio. No bass, no polish. This was old, scratchy, warbling, like it was leaking out of a broken record player someone had forgotten down here. The tune was faint, but it crawled into my ears all the same. A slow dance number, maybe. Something from another lifetime. I tightened my grip on the cart and started pushing again. The wheels squeaked with every turn, answering the music like some ugly duet. Down the hallway I went, and the music grew louder. And then there it was. A classroom door. Painted metal, number plate bolted above the frame. The digits were plain, but they sent a chill through me. A large number 1. This was the first room. The music was pouring out from behind it, muffled, steady. I parked the cart beside me, wiped my palms on the brand new uniform, and stared at the handle. The door creaked when I pulled it open, hinges shrieking like they hadn't been used in decades. The music hit me full in the chest now, clearer, sharper, the kind of tune you'd imagine echoing through some grand old ballroom. Violins, a soft piano, the faint thrum of strings keeping time. I pushed the cart in, rubber wheels thumping over the lip of the door, and froze. The classroom wasn't a classroom anymore. Hell, wasn't anything I'd expect to see inside a school. The walls stretched high and arched in glittering plaster, chandeliers swaying just slightly overhead, light spilling down like moonshine. There was a gleaming dance floor, polished enough to see my own reflection in it. And on that floor, dozens of people. Couples dressed in suits and gowns straight out of some history book. Women in flowing dresses with lace gloves. Men in waistcoats and tailcoats, hair slicked back, shoes shining like mirrors. They moved in slow, perfect unison, gliding across the floor as the music carried them. Their faces were pale, features drained of color, like photographs that had come to life. Not one of them looked at me. The door clicked behind me. I spun. The handle rattled once in my grip, then locked with a final metallic snap. Great, I muttered. My throat was dry. I turned back toward the dancers. They hadn't stopped, still moving, still twirling, skirts brushing over the floor, shoes tapping in rhythm. My heart slammed against my ribs. Hi, I'm... The music cut off. Every dancer froze mid-step. All their heads snapped toward me in perfect unison. Their faces were blank, gray, but their eyes were sharp as knives. In the same instant, every single one of them raised a finger to their lips. Shh. I gulped, my Adam's apple bobbing like a stone in my throat. My palms were slick on the broom handle as I slowly pulled it from the cart. Nobody moved. They just stood there watching, fingers pressed to their mouths. So I swept. The broom moved across the polished floor, bristles whispering under the music that had cut dead silent. Every dancer stood frozen, eyes locked on me. My whole body felt like it was shaking out of rhythm with the stillness. I made a slow circle around the edge of the room, keeping my back to the wall whenever I could, sweeping dust that didn't even look like it was there. My cart creaked as I moved it, the bucket sloshing faintly. And then, without warning, the violin started again. One note, two, a bar, and then the entire orchestra swelled back into existence, like someone had dropped the needle back onto the record. The dancers moved with it. In perfect time, every single one of them dropped their hands, turned away from me, and resumed. Skirts twirled, shoes tapped. Couples spun as though nothing had interrupted them at all. Their blank gray faces were expressionless again, locked on one another, ignoring me completely. My throat tightened. My pulse hammered in my ears. I didn't know if I should be relieved or more terrified. So I kept sweeping. Round and round the floor I went, broom bristles tracing invisible dust, until the silence of my work drowned under their haunting music. When I finally dared to stop, the room gleamed. I slid the broom back into the cart and wiped my palms on the legs of my uniform. The dancers still spun in their slow, flawless rhythm, gowns swaying, suits flashing in the chandelier light. Not one of them glanced my way again. I edged toward the door. The handle was cold in my grip. I turned it, praying it would move this time, and it clicked open. The handle to the next door was lighter than I expected. I braced the cart with one hand and pulled. The hinges whined, and the door swung open into what looked like a box. That is the only way I can describe it. A tiny little room carved right into the concrete, maybe 2 feet across, 1.5 feet deep. A dollhouse space wedged into the wall. And inside that box, a house. And not just any house, a mouse house. Little wooden walls painted in faded green, a tiny round rug, a miniature lamp that glowed weak orange. The furniture was carved to scale, tiny armchairs, a couch no bigger than a child's shoebox, and tiny stairs winding up to a second level. Everything was there, down to the crooked family photos on the walls, nailed in with pins for frames. And the mice? They weren't scurrying around the corners like normal mice. No, these live there, like a family. The father mouse sat in a chair with a folded scrap of newspaper, holding it open like he could actually read. A mother mouse bustled near a tiny oven, wearing a rag of cloth like an apron. Somewhere upstairs, I heard the scratchy little voice of what I can only assume was a teenage girl mouse, giggling like she was on the phone. I blinked and leaned closer. And that's when I noticed the sign nailed over the little front door. The Nibblers. I rubbed my eyes. What the hell? It got worse. On their dining table, right in the center of the little room, was a skeleton. Some strange-looking creature, bigger than a rat, picked bone clean. Every rib gleamed white. The skull was smooth and hollow, jaw still open, like it'd gone down screaming. And the mice didn't seem to mind. The mother fussed with the oven. The father turned another page of his tiny paper. The daughter mouse kept chattering upstairs. I let out a shaky breath and reached for a rag. It was insane. Absolutely insane, but the paper in my pocket still burned against my leg. All 6 rooms must be cleaned tonight. So I crouched down, dipped the rag into the bucket, and carefully wiped down the base of the miniature mouse house. I scrubbed around their door, dusted their porch, and even polished the brass doorknob smaller than a pea. The father mouse lowered his newspaper long enough to glance at me. His whiskers twitched. And then, calm as anything, he raised a tiny paw and gave me a wave. My mouth went dry. I forced a nod back, finished wiping, and backed the cart slowly away from the box. The door shut with a soft click. The next door was marked room 3. My hand shook a little on the handle, but when I opened it, I just about laughed. A classroom. Rows of old desks bolted to the floor. Chalkboard across the wall. A globe in the corner gathering dust. No dancers, no music, no mouse family waiting for me in a box. Just a room. So I swept. I mopped. I emptied a bin filled with nothing but crumpled math worksheets. When I finished, I stood there waiting for something to happen, but nothing did. So I left. Room 4 was the same. Classroom normal as they come. Alphabet poster peeling off the back wall. Books stacked crooked in a shelf. I half expected the letters to rearrange themselves into something obscene, but they didn't. The floor was just dirty tile. The desks were just desks. I swept. I mopped. I wiped the blackboard clean. Nothing. And this, somehow, was almost worse. The first 2 rooms, yes, had been insane. These, they were boring. Plain. Which made me start thinking, maybe this was a trick. Lull me, soften me, get me to breathe easy so the next door could bite twice as hard. I rolled the cart back into the hallway. The wheels squeaked once, echoing down the empty corridor, and I realized my shirt was plastered to my back with sweat. 4 rooms down, 2 to go. Room 5. The handle was bloody when I grabbed it. My stomach turned. My gut screamed, "Don't open it." But that note in my pocket burned hot against my leg. All 6 rooms must be cleaned tonight. So I pulled. The hinges wailed, and the door swung open. The sound hit me first. Chopping. A cleaver. Heavy and merciless. Slamming into wood and bone. Each blow thudded in my chest and rattled through the floor. The room wasn't a classroom. No desks, no chalkboard. Just rows of chains dangling from the ceiling, each one ending in a hook. Slabs of meat swung from them, dripping steady onto the tile below. Some cuts I could almost convince myself were animal. Sides of beef, hunks of fat, slabs of muscle. But others, Others had shapes that twisted my stomach. A curve that could have been a rib cage. A length of pale flesh with joints too much like knees. A bundle of something that looked sickeningly familiar. But I kept my eyes down. I didn't want to know. At the back of the room stood the source of the chopping. A butcher. He was massive. Shoulders so wide they swallowed the light. A filthy apron clung to him, stiff with reddened stains. His cleaver was the size of a shovel, and he swung it with ease, each strike splintering wood, spraying flecks of blood across the floor. From his skull curled two thick, ridged horns, catching the light like wet stone. The chains clanged, the meat swayed, and my heart jammed itself into my throat. I wanted to run, but the door behind me clicked locked, same as the others. I was trapped. Okay, just clean, I thought. The broom bristles scraped across the tile, grease smeared. Little bits of bone and God knows what rattled into a pile. The smell of iron clung to everything, coating the back of my tongue. There was the chopping sound, and then silence. I froze mid-sweep. My broom hovered just above the floor. Slowly, I looked up. The butcher had stopped. His cleaver rested on his shoulder, eyes burning through the dim. He stared at me, unmoving, like he was weighing something. And then his lips peeled back, and in a low, grinding voice that scraped my bones, he said,
"Tastes good."
My legs nearly gave out. I forced the broom forward, dragging bristles hard enough to screech against the tile. My pulse was hammering so loud I could hear it. And for one awful second, nothing moved. And then the cleaver rose again. The sound slammed the air apart. The butcher went back to work. The meat swung gently, chains creaked, and I swept like my life depended on it, and it probably did. I didn't look closer. I didn't want to know what hung there. I just kept pushing scraps into piles, moving around the edges of the room as fast as I could without running. When the floor was finally clean, I jammed the broom back into the cart and wiped my forehead with a shaking sleeve. My chest heaved. My hands wouldn't stop trembling. I moved slowly back toward the door. The handle was slick with old blood under my palm. For a second, it wouldn't open, holding me there in the silence. And then, at last, it gave way. The door creaked open, and I slipped into the hallway. I pulled the cart behind me, and I shut the door very quietly. The chopping started up again. I eased the cart forward. The number plate above the last door read Room 6 in plain stamped metal. I touched it with 2 fingers, the metal cool under my skin, and for a second the whole hallway seemed to wait. The handle turned, and the door swung open. For half a heartbeat, it looked like an ordinary classroom. Rows of desks, a poster of the solar system warped at one corner, chalkboard with half-erased math problems. And then the room folded itself like a cheap theater set. And suddenly I was standing at the threshold of my mother's kitchen. Not like her kitchen. It was her kitchen. The linoleum with that same faded flower pattern. The dent in the table where she dropped a heavy pan years ago. The little magnet on the fridge shaped like a lemon. The curtains were the old yellow print she'd loved. It smelled wrong. And there she was, sitting at the head of that table, hands folded like she was saving them for a prayer. She looked like the photos that never got old. The woman who used to stand in the doorway when I came home late, arms crossed, one eyebrow cocked. Her dress was a faded floral, the same one she'd keep for Sundays. Her face was the face I knew better than my own. She smiled the way she had when I was a kid. "Tommy," she said, voice small and like a creak in the hall. "I've been waiting for you." Something in me shut down and opened all at once. The note in my pocket turned cold. "All 6 rooms must be cleaned tonight, no matter what, or you'll die." My mouth felt like gravel. I took a step forward, the cart rattling behind me, and the room settled around us. The table was set, plates, cups, a loaf of bread half sliced, a casserole dish steaming like it just come from the oven. It was obscene and domestic at once, like a postcard from a life that hadn't been taken apart by time and trouble. "Ma, you look good. You look like you did." She cut me off with that smile. "You're home," she said. Sit, eat. Don't be funny now. Tell me everything." I sat, because my legs had stopped being useful for anything else. I watched her spoon gravy over my plate the way she always had, the motion automatic. We talked. She asked me about the weather like that was the news that mattered. I told her about the drive, about the job, and she nodded and said she was proud. She asked, too, about the man I used to work for. I told her I'd been fired. She pursed her lips and said something about pride. She looked at me then, long and steady, and for the first time since I'd walked in, she asked only one thing. "Stay with me," she said. I didn't answer right away. I looked down at the plate in front of me, at the neat curl of potatoes, at the steam rising in slow, innocent spirals. My head filled with other sounds, the ballroom music, the little mouse voices upstairs, the cleaver's rhythm far away. She watched me, her hands folded on the table, patient and small. "Give your old mother a hug," she said. I stared at the plate a few seconds, counted the steam curls like they were seconds on a clock. Then I stood. The chair legs scraped the linoleum. My hand found the box cutter clipped to the cart, the little silver blade clicking out behind my back, with a sound that felt too loud in that quiet kitchen. She opened her arms. I took the 2 steps to her, close enough to see the tiny lines at the corner of her eyes, close enough to smell the gravy cooling on the plate between us. I didn't say anything. I reached in like I was gonna hug her, and I drove the knife into her chest. Now I know what you're thinking. "Tommy, you just killed your own mother." Well, a couple things. One, she was already dead. She died years ago. I know, I was there. I watched. 2, my mother wasn't the kind of woman who baked cookies for the PTA. She was one of the most notorious female serial killers in history. People gave her a name that the papers loved to print: the Broth Widow. They called her that because she fed them soup, warm and sweet and easy to swallow, and then drag them down into the basement like she was sending them home with leftovers. Poisoned chicken soup. That was her thing. Invite them over, ladle them comfort, watch them die soft and slowly. Then the basement, then bury them. That was the pattern. I figured it out on my 14th birthday. I was a kid who liked to look for things nobody else wanted to see. I told the sheriff what I thought. The whole police department laughed at me. Except for him. The sheriff crouched down to my level, looked at me like I wasn't a crazy kid, and nodded. He went over to the house. He found the bodies in the basement that I was never allowed to go down into, and he dragged her out. I know she's dead because I saw her die. I saw the needles go into her veins at the state pen. I watched the curtains close and the papers print the final story. I was relieved then. And I was relieved tonight too. I'd been glad she was dead 25 years ago. And I was glad she was dead now. I only hope she stays that way. I eased her back into the chair like she was some old coat I'd hung up too rough. Her head lolled forward, and impossibly, it tipped right into the bowl of soup on the table. For a second, I just stood there, the cart breathing at my side, the house around me silent. And then I did what the note had told me to do. I cleaned. I wiped the table. I stacked the plates like she used to. I swept the linoleum in slow, methodical arcs until the floor showed no streaks. I folded her napkin and put it where it'd been. Nothing dramatic, no speeches, no breakdowns. Just work. When I was done, I stepped to the door. And it opened without arguing. It clicked open like any other plain, stupid door, and I walked out into the hall with the cart. Back downstairs, the janitor's room was the same as it'd been when I left it. Lockers, the dented soccer ball, that one coffee thermos with a cracked lid. But on the bench, folded and plain as daylight, was a stack of cash. Exactly $500. No note, no fanfare, just the money, sitting there like payment for a night's work. I picked it up. I slipped it into my pocket, feeling the paper press against the old warning like an answer. I put the uniform back in my locker, clipped the badge where it belonged, and closed the door. The locker shut with a small final click. Outside, the sky had started to pale at the edges. My Chevy was where I left it, the engine still warm. I started the truck and pulled out of the lot. As the tires crunched over the gravel, I glanced in the rear view at the hulking shape of the school. And I just drove slowly home. So yeah, you're probably thinking this whole story is made up. Probably think I'm crazy. Maybe you heard the part about the ballroom and the mice and the butcher, and your head did that little tilt. Like, wait, what? Maybe you think the same thing is to burn the place down, or call someone, or drive away and never look back. But, you know, I'm almost 40, and I'm tired. I don't know what's going to happen next. But honestly, I am a damn good janitor. Let's be real, those other janitors probably died, horrible, gruesome deaths. But I bet they didn't sweep like I do. So yeah, call me crazy, but the pay's good. I kind of enjoy it. The hours are quiet, and hell, somebody's got to do it. And if my mother shows up again tomorrow, I'll just kill her again. Yeah, I'm gonna keep this job.
I worked as a Navy SEAL for some years. We'll just call me John. I'm not going to spend time on my background, my training, or the path that got me here. None of that matters for what follows. The only thing that matters is that I was part of a job that took me to a lot of places most people never see. And that job put me in situations where paying attention to small details was not optional. Most deployments are exactly what you'd expect. Long stretches of preparation, movement, and waiting. You learn routes, check gear, move from one position to another, and try not to create problems for yourself. The work rewards people who stay calm. You notice what's in front of you, you deal with it, and you move on. A lot of time is spent in environments that are unfamiliar. Jungles, deserts, mountains, open water. Each one comes with its own set of practical issues. Heat, cold, visibility, footing, sound. You learn how those things affect you and your equipment, and after a while you stop thinking about them consciously. What doesn't get talked about much is how different places behave differently, even when nothing is technically wrong. Sound doesn't always travel the way it should. Distance doesn't always feel consistent. Sometimes things appear closer or farther than they are. Sometimes movement catches your attention for no clear reason. Most of the time, those moments pass without incident and you forget about them later. Occasionally, they don't. I'm not talking about danger in the normal sense, not enemy contact, not accidents, not close calls that make good stories later. I'm talking about moments where something doesn't line up, and there's no immediate explanation for why. When you work in a team, you learn quickly not to chase every odd sensation. If you reacted to everything that felt slightly off, you never get anything done. You log what you can, stay focused on the task, and keep moving. Most of the time, that's the right decision. Over the years, I was present for a handful of situations where that approach didn't fully resolve things. Events that didn't escalate, didn't turn violent, and mostly didn't get anyone hurt, but also didn't fit any category we normally use to describe what happens on an operation. What made those moments different was how consistent they felt afterward. Different locations, conditions, people. The same sense that something had occurred just outside the scope of what we were trained to notice. None of this interfered with the work. We completed missions, moved on, didn't dwell on it. That's how the job functions. You don't stop to assign meaning to things unless they demand action. Most of them didn't. I'm not presenting this as a single story or a connected chain of events. The things I'm describing didn't relate to each other in any obvious way, and I don't think they're part of some larger pattern. They're just a small number of moments that stayed clear in my memory long after everything else blurred together. I've had time since to think about what stood out and what didn't. Not in the sense of trying to solve anything, but in the sense of noticing which details never faded. The ones that stayed sharp were never the loud ones or dramatic ones. They were the quiet moments where something was present, acknowledged, and then left alone. What follows are a few of those moments, written the way I remember them. Nothing more. The Philippines deployment took place along the southern coast, in an area where jungle pressed right up against the water, and the ground never fully dried out. Even at night, the air stayed thick. Sweat soaked through gear faster than you expected, and every step had to be placed carefully to avoid roots, shallow pools, and soft ground that would give under your weight. We were moving inland from the shoreline, single file, with enough spacing to maintain visibility without stacking up. The water stayed to our left, dark and slow-moving, broken occasionally by mangroves that reached out like fingers. To the right, the jungle closed in almost immediately. Visibility dropped to a few yards in places, with vegetation layered so tightly that anything moving inside it would be half hidden unless it crossed a clear gap. The operation itself was straightforward. Confirm what we needed to confirm, then pull back out the same way we came in. No expected contact, no time pressure. The kind of movement where discipline matters more than speed. About 20 minutes in, something to the right caught my attention. Wasn't a sound. It was movement that didn't match everything else. Leaves shifted without the usual delay. Branches flexed without snapping. Whatever it was stayed just inside the tree line, moving parallel to us, never stepping fully into view. Well, at first, I assumed it was an animal reacting to our presence. The area had plenty of wildlife. Usually, though, animals bolted once they realized people were nearby. This didn't bolt. We took another dozen steps, and the movement stayed with us. Same distance and angle. When we slowed, it slowed. When we adjusted slightly to avoid a wet patch near the water, it adjusted too. I didn't call it out yet. There was no sudden threat, no reason to stop the whole line over something that might resolve itself. And then it crossed an opening between two trees. Just a flash at first, a shape passing through a narrow gap where moonlight filtered down. I caught enough to register that it wasn't low to the ground. Moved upright, fast. It didn't bound or scramble, it ran. I raised my fist and the line halted. Everyone froze, nobody spoke. The jungle continued its background noise like nothing had changed. I scanned the tree line carefully, watching for another break in movement. For several seconds, nothing happened. I gave the signal to move again, and as soon as we stepped off, it moved too. This time it stayed closer, crossing thinner vegetation where there were fewer layers to hide behind. I got a clearer look. It was on two legs, there was no mistaking that. The stride was long and even, the upper body angled forward as it ran. It was lean, narrow, and taller than it should have been for something moving that fast through tangled growth. The radio clicked in my ear. You seeing that?" the point man asked. "Yeah," I said. That was all that needed to be said. The thing stayed with us for another minute or two, pacing us exactly. Never rushed or hesitated, never broke cover completely. It stayed just visible enough that I knew it was there, then slipped back behind leaves and branches before I could focus on details. The color registered clearly now. Green. Not bright or reflective, the kind of green that blends into vegetation until it moves. I never saw a face, never saw eyes, just a smooth outline passing through gaps faster than my brain wanted to process. At one point it crossed a wider break, maybe 15 feet across, and I got the clearest look I was going to get. 2 legs, upright posture, long stride, no gear, no weapon, no human movement pattern. I keyed my mic again. "Don't follow it." The acknowledgement came back as a click. Nobody argued or suggested otherwise. A few seconds later, the movement changed direction. It simply peeled off deeper into the jungle and disappeared, as if it had reached the edge of whatever line it had been following. And we continued the operation. No further movement, no additional contact. We completed what we were there to do and moved back toward the water the same way we'd come in. Nobody brought it up after. There was nothing to add. Nothing had escalated. No action had been required. But later that night, back at the staging area, gear laid out and checked, the point man sat across from me, scraping dried mud off his boots with a piece of metal. He didn't look up when he spoke. "That thing back there wasn't human." "No, it wasn't," I replied. He nodded once and went back to what he was doing. And that was the end of that. We rotated out of that area a few days later. No similar reports or warnings passed down. No indication that anyone else had encountered the same thing. At the time, I treated it the way I treated anything that didn't interfere with the mission. I noted it and moved on. What stuck with me, it wasn't how fast it moved or how close it stayed. It was something else. Animals react. People react. This didn't react. It paced us, maintained distance, then disengaged without any visible reason. Years later, after other deployments and other environments, that memory has stayed sharper than most. There was no confusion in its movement, no hesitation. No adjustment once it started pacing us. It behaved like something that already understood what we were and where we were going. At the time, I didn't try to describe it beyond what I saw. I didn't label it. That wasn't useful. Much later, with enough distance from the moment to be honest about it, there was one comparison that fit better than the others. Not perfectly, but close enough. I realized this is going to sound crazy, but it looked like a giant lizard. The Afghanistan deployment came later, during a stretch where most of our operations took place in higher elevation terrain. The mountains there don't feel dramatic when you're first inserted. They feel dry, empty, and repetitive. Long ridgelines, narrow passes, rock everywhere. You learn quickly that sound behaves differently at altitude, especially in places where stone walls and cuts funnel it in directions you don't expect. The operation started as a movement through a mountain pass we'd used before. Not often, but enough that it wasn't unfamiliar. The route wasn't marked on any civilian map, but it was known, and it was considered safe enough for transit. But there were steep slopes on both sides, loose rock underfoot, and wind that cut through gear even during daylight. We were moving mid-morning. Visibility was good. No weather issues, no indication of contact in the area. The kind of movement where your attention stays on footing and spacing more than anything else. About halfway through the pass, I noticed the steps. First, I thought they were natural. Rock formations in that region can stack in ways that look deliberate from certain angles. But as we moved closer, it became clear that this wasn't erosion or chance. The stones formed a descending path, cut into the mountain, narrow but consistent in width and height. They went down. Not steeply at first, just enough to pull your eye away from the pass and toward the darker space below. I slowed and raised my hand. The line stopped. I crouched and examined the nearest step. The edge was worn smooth. I didn't say anything yet, but everybody could see it. The steps descended into shadow, curving slightly as they followed the shape of the mountain. The air coming up from below felt cooler, still. Even the wind seemed to stop at the top of the stair. Well, we debated briefly over comms whether to bypass it entirely. There was no operational reason to go down there. But there was also nothing that marked the area as restricted or dangerous. No signage or mention in any briefing. And in that environment, old structures weren't unheard of. Afghanistan is layered with things that predate modern borders by centuries. We descended. The steps narrowed slightly as they went down, forcing us to adjust spacing. Light dropped off quickly. The walls on either side rose higher, the rock face closing in. And the stairway opened into a cavern. Not a cave in the natural sense. The space was too regular. The walls curved deliberately, forming a wide cavern that extended beyond the reach of our lights. The ceiling rose high enough that the beam didn't find it right away. There were markings on the stone, not writing, carvings, shallow and worn, and repeating in patterns that didn't seem decorative. They ran along the walls at consistent heights, like markers rather than art. We moved slowly, scanning, light sweeping. There was no movement or sound beside our own. And then the statue came into view. It dominated the center of the cavern, carved directly from the stone floor. A spider, detailed enough that individual segments were visible where light struck the surface. It was enormous. The body alone rose higher than our heads. The legs spread outward, anchoring it to the cavern floor in a way that made it feel less like a statue and more like something frozen in place. The surface was smooth in some areas, rough in others, as if different parts had been exposed to different conditions over time. The scale was what hit me first. The craftsmanship came second. Whatever had made this had known exactly what they were doing. The proportions were deliberate, The posture was deliberate. This wasn't a rough carving or an old marker. The cavern felt very old. We started to approach the statue when someone grabbed me hard by the shoulder. I spun, bringing my rifle up instinctively, and came face to face with a senior SO I recognized immediately. He wasn't part of our movement. He didn't raise his voice, but he grabbed my gear and pulled me backward toward the stairs. "Off limits," he said. The rest of the team froze, watching. "You all didn't see anything." That's all he said. There was no explanation or elaboration, just the statement. We moved. Nobody argued or asked questions. Whatever authority he carried was enough that the decision didn't feel optional. We ascended quickly, the air warming as we climbed. The sound of wind returned. Radio sounded normal again. When we reached the top, the pass looked exactly as it had before. The senior SO stayed below, out of sight. We rerouted without discussion. The operation continued along an alternate path that added hours to our movement. Nobody mentioned the cavern over comms. Nobody tried to revisit it. Later, back in our staging area, I looked for the senior SO and he wasn't there. Nobody seemed surprised by his absence. I asked one quiet question to someone who'd been around longer than I had. He shook his head once. "Don't," he said. And there was no report filed or note made, no mention of the steps, the cavern, or the statue in any documentation I saw. The area wasn't flagged officially, but it never appeared in our routing again. Over time, I learned that some places don't get marked on maps. They get handled differently, avoided without explanation, redirected around without comment. At the time, I didn't try to assign meaning to what we'd seen. Whatever that place was, we weren't meant to be there. The Iraq incident. Now, this happened after the fighting was over. That's important, because it rules out most of the explanations people reach for later. There was no incoming fire, no confusion about where we were, no adrenaline pushing things out of focus. The engagement had ended cleanly, and the area was secure. We were doing what comes next, clearing, checking, moving methodically through what was left. The air smelled burnt, not smoke exactly, but sharp mix of dust, metal, and something chemical that settles in your clothes and doesn't leave. The sun was low, throwing long shadows across broken concrete and collapsed walls. The heat was draining fast, replaced by that dry evening chill that creeps in once the light starts to go. We were moving through the remains of a small cluster of structures, not much left standing. Walls blown open, roofs collapsed inward, rubble everywhere. You had to watch your footing or you'd roll an ankle on loose stone or step onto something that shifted under your weight. A light mist started rolling in from lower ground. It stayed low, hugging the ground, moving slowly between debris and pooling in shallow depressions. We spread out, maintaining visual contact. And that's when I noticed the ground moving. It wasn't shaking or collapsing. It was moving. Subtle at first, a slow displacement beneath the mist, like something pushing from underneath instead of across the surface. The motion traced a shallow curve through the debris, about 30 yards ahead of us. We halted immediately. The movement didn't stop. It slid forward, smooth and continuous, passing behind a broken wall and reappearing on the other side. The mist parted around it, flowing over something solid instead of drifting freely. I stared at it, trying to reconcile what I was seeing with anything familiar. Dust settling doesn't behave like that. Neither does smoke. The shape emerged more fully when it crossed an open gap between piles of rubble. And it was long, thick, continuous. A single body moving as one piece. No visible limbs, no side-to-side motion. It advanced by pressure alone, sliding forward like something forcing its way through the ground without resistance. The radio clicked.
"Are you seeing this?"
One of the guys asked. The shape continued moving, angling slightly downhill. It never turned towards us or reacted to our presence. It behaved like we weren't there at all. And then it passed close enough that I could see detail. The surface was rough, not smooth. Earth and debris clung to it as it moved, and then fell away behind it. The mist swirled and closed in its wake. Whatever it was displacing ground as it went, not just sliding across the surface. "Is that a snake?" the guy beside me asked. I watched it move, watched how the ground responded around it. "I think it's a worm," I said. That was the closest comparison I had. The thing slowed as it reached a shallow depression near the edge of the structures. One of the bodies from the engagement lay there, partially obscured by debris. And the movement changed. The front end of the shape, if it even had a front, rose slightly, then pressed downward near the body. The ground shifted, and debris slid inward. And I still don't know if I imagined what came next. I swear I saw that body move. At least I think it did. I saw it move downward. There was no sound, no tearing or collapse, just displacement and then absence. The mist settled. The worm-like shape continued forward for another few yards, then sank lower, its outline fading as the ground closed above it. And within seconds, it was gone completely. No hole remained, no disturbed soil beyond what was already there from the engagement. If I hadn't been watching the exact spot, I wouldn't have known anything had changed. No one spoke. My brain kept replaying the moment, checking angles, lighting, distance, looking for something that could explain away what I thought I'd seen. I gave the signal to move. We advanced cautiously, stepping through the area where the thing had passed. The ground felt solid underfoot. No soft spots or signs of tunneling. No drag marks. Nothing that suggested something massive had just moved through it. But the body was gone. We finished clearing the area without incident. No further movement. No additional mist beyond what drifted naturally with the cooling air. That night, while we were staged and waiting, the same guy who'd spoken earlier sat down across from me. He rested his helmet on his knee and looked at the ground between us. "That thing," he said. "I wasn't imagining it. I think it took that body." I didn't answer right away. "I don't know," I said finally. And he nodded slowly. He didn't push it, and neither did I. That was the last time we talked about him. I have replayed that moment more times than I care to admit. You know, fatigue can do strange things. Smoke and mist can distort depth. Your mind can connect movements that aren't really connected. But two of us saw the same thing. We both saw the shape, we both saw where it went, and the body was gone afterward. Heavy things leave traces, though. Even when they disappear underground, something remains. There was nothing. Whatever that thing was, it passed through, took the body, and then left. The Somalia incident happened at night, during weather bad enough that most units would have postponed movement if they had the option. We didn't. The storm came in fast off the coast, pushing inland with heavy rain and wind that flattened scrub and turned dry ground into slick mud in minutes. Visibility dropped to almost nothing between lightning flashes. When the thunder rolled through, it didn't echo so much as smear across the sky, long and low, like the sound couldn't decide where to go. We were moving through terrain, low trees, scrub, Open stretches broken by shallow washes and clusters of rock. Not the kind of place where you lose people easily, even at night. The spacing was tighter than usual because of the weather, but we maintained visual contact. Headlamps stayed off, and we relied on flashes of lightning. That was when one of our guys went missing. There was no shout or call over comms, no sudden break in formation that would have drawn attention. One moment he was there, moving just ahead and to my left, and the next he wasn't. We stopped immediately. I counted heads twice before saying anything. Same result both times. We called his name quietly over comms. No response. Tried again, louder. Still nothing. Rain hammered down hard enough that it masked anything smaller than thunder. Wind tore through the scrub in uneven burst, flattening at one moment and letting it spring back the next. We backtracked along our exact path. Same spacing and order. No sign of a struggle. No dropped gear. No disturbed ground beyond what the storm was already doing on its own. The missing guy was not careless. He was not inexperienced. He wasn't the type to wander or break formation. He was big too. 6'4", 240. Built like somebody who didn't get moved unless he decided to move. Well, we widened the search in controlled arcs, keeping line of sight when we could. And that was when someone spotted the backpack. It hung from a tree well off our path, silhouetted against the sky during a lightning strike. For a split second, it didn't register as anything more than debris caught in branches. Then another flash hit, and the shape resolved clearly. It was his pack, hanging at least 50 feet up. We moved toward it as carefully as the terrain allowed. The rain made everything slick, branches whipped in the wind. When we reached the base of the tree, I tilted my head back and followed the line of the trunk upward. The pack was suspended from a thick branch near the top, swaying slightly in the wind. No rope or cord, no fabric snagged or torn. It was just hanging there. I stared at it for a moment, trying to find a practical explanation. Something that fit the environment. Something that fit the man. He didn't climb trees. At least I'd never seen him do it. And there was no way he could have climbed that high in the dark, that quickly, in a storm, with full kit. There were no scrape marks on the trunk, no broken branches below. Nothing on the ground. The storm surged again, wind roaring through the scrub, rain hammering down sideways. For a few seconds, the noise overwhelmed everything. Then it stopped. Not the storm, just the wind. It dropped off suddenly, leaving rain falling straight down instead of sideways. And that's when we heard it. Not a sound from the ground. Above us. A rush of air, heavy and fast, like something large passing overhead at speed. There was no shape to it, no silhouette against the clouds, just the unmistakable sense of mass moving through space right above the tree line. It lasted maybe a second, then it was gone. The wind surged again immediately afterward, branches whipping and rain slashing sideways like nothing had happened. No one spoke for several seconds. Finally, someone broke the silence. "Did you hear that?" We stood there longer than we should have. Rain soaking through gear, lightning flashing intermittently overhead. The pack continued to sway gently in the wind, untouched. And we resumed the search. We covered every direction, expanded the radius, checked the washes and low ground, looked for any sign of movement, any place someone could have fallen or been pulled. But the storm worked against us, erasing tracks almost as soon as they were made. But even accounting for that, there was nothing. No blood or torn fabric, no displaced ground that didn't already look like storm runoff. Eventually, Command called it, not because we were satisfied we weren't, but because there was nothing left to search. The weather wasn't improving. The risk to the rest of the team was rising. We recovered the backpack, lowered it carefully, and it was intact, nothing missing or added. His gear was inside, arranged the way he always kept it. We never found him. The area was searched again later, in daylight, after the storm passed. Different teams, better visibility. Same result. No body, no trace. There was no official explanation offered beyond the usual language used when something doesn't fit. Separated, lost, overwhelmed by terrain. None of it accounted for the pack. None of it accounted for the type of man he was. And none of it accounted for what we heard overhead. The loss stayed with us. Men don't just disappear like that. And storms don't hang backpacks 50 feet up in trees. The Norway incident took place during a cold weather training rotation, the kind meant to remind you how small mistakes turn serious much faster once water and cold are involved. We were operating offshore at night, far enough out that there were no lights on the horizon, no shipping lanes nearby, no land visible. The sea was calm in a way that only happens occasionally in that part of the world, flat enough that the water reflected the sky instead of breaking it up. Cold air, steady breathing. Everything slowed down by temperature. We were moving at low speed, maintaining spacing and running passive systems. No reason to make noise or rush. Just steady movement through open water while everyone stayed alert for anything that didn't belong. At first, nothing did. The water rolled beneath us in slow, heavy swells that barely registered against the hull. You could hear it more than feel it. A low, constant sound that blended into the background until you stopped paying attention to it consciously. That changed when the water beneath us darkened. It was a gradual shift in tone, like a shadow passing under glass. At first, I assumed it was a whale. That made sense. The region supports large marine life, and whales surface and dive without warning. Their mass can distort water patterns in ways that look unnatural if you're not expecting it. I adjusted my stance and leaned slightly, trying to get a better angle. The shape beneath us was enormous. It wasn't long and narrow like most whales. It was broad and smooth. The surface didn't break the water. It just stayed below it, moving slowly enough that the displacement was almost gentle. The shape slowed, then it stopped. The water above it stilled in a way that caught my attention immediately. The natural movement of the sea didn't resume. It was as if something solid had pressed upward and held there. I was still thinking whale when the eye opened. There was no build-up, no ripple, just a slow separation in the darkness beneath the surface, revealing a single massive eye opening directly upward. It was positioned at the top and center of the body, oriented straight toward us. And the color registered first. Red. Bright, deep, and saturated red, like something lit from within rather than reflecting light from outside. The surface of it was smooth and wet, catching what little ambient light there was and bending it in a way that made depth hard to judge. But the scale hit. The eye alone was enormous. Later, when I tried to put numbers to it, 50 feet across was the closest estimate that didn't feel exaggerated. It filled most of the visible space beneath us, stretching wider than the boat itself. No people detail stood out, no blinking. It simply opened and remained open. Nobody moved. I felt the instinct to step back, even though there was nowhere to go. The cold air felt sharper all of a sudden, like my lungs had decided to remind me where I was. The water around the eye remained unnaturally still. No bubbles or surface break, just that massive shape holding position directly beneath us. close enough that if it had surfaced, it would have displaced the boat easily. Someone behind me breathed out slowly. For a few seconds, I waited for it to react, for the eye to track movement, for the body to shift, for anything that suggested it was aware of us in a way that would require action. Nothing happened. The eye stayed open, fixed and unblinking. If it was looking at us, there was no way to tell. And then the eye began to close. As it did, the water above it darkened again, returning to its earlier tone. The stillness broke, small ripples spread outward, then larger ones, as if the sea had remembered how it was supposed to act. The shape beneath us began to sink. The shadow grew deeper, broader, then stretched downward until it faded into total darkness. There was no wake or turbulence, no sign of disturbance beyond what we'd already seen. Eventually, the senior officer gave the order to continue, and we did. The rest of the night passed without incident. No additional movement, no return of the shape. The sea remained calm all the way back. I replayed it in my head afterward many times. We never encountered it again, not in that area or anywhere else. And I never saw another eye like it. But I think about that moment sometimes when I'm near open water, especially at night, because whatever that thing was, it existed there long before we passed over it. And I have a feeling it's still there today. Well, I left active duty years ago. Not because of anything in this story. My time ended the same way it does for most people in that line of work. Rotations end. Bodies wear down. Life moves forward. You pack up what you can carry and you leave the rest behind. Most of what I remember from those years blends together now. The days, the briefings, the places. A lot of it fades the way it should. That's normal. You don't need to hold on to every detail to know who you were or what you did. I don't think about the moments I talked about every day. I don't connect them to each other. I don't look for patterns. That kind of thinking doesn't really help. What I do think about, occasionally, is how easy it is to assume that unfamiliar things behave the same way familiar ones do. Most of the time, that assumption works. Animals act like animals. Terrain acts like terrain. Water behaves like water. Sometimes, though, you run into something that doesn't react at all, doesn't escalate, doesn't retreat, doesn't acknowledge you in any way that fits your expectations. It simply exists alongside what you're doing, briefly, and then it's gone. I never felt chased in any of those moments. Never felt hunted, really. Even in Somalia, when one of our own disappeared, there was no sense of pursuit afterward, no lingering presence. Things happened, and then they didn't. I've had people ask me, in different ways, whether I think those things are still out there, whether I think they're connected, whether I think they were meant to be seen. I don't know. I don't think that question matters as much as people want it to. I don't tell these stories as a warning, and I don't tell them as proof of anything. I'm not asking anyone to believe anything. I'm just describing what I saw and what happened afterward. That's it. I don't avoid jungles, deserts, mountains, or open water because of this. I still go outside. I still travel. I still pay attention to my surroundings the same way I always did. But I'm more comfortable now with the idea that the world isn't obligated to make sense just because we think it is. Some places have rules that don't include us. Some things don't care whether we understand them. And sometimes, the only reason you're allowed to leave a place is because you got lucky.
Commercial flying isn't mysterious. People who don't do it for a living tend to think it is. They imagine turbulence as danger, clouds as concealment, altitude as risk. From the cockpit, it's the opposite. Everything's measured and mapped. Every airway, altitude, every transition point exists because someone long before you figured out the safest, most efficient way to move aluminum through the air. By the time you reach an airline cockpit, the romance is gone. You trust procedures because they work. You trust instruments because they don't care how you feel. You trust airspace because it's regulated down to the mile and the minute. The sky, as far as we're concerned, is owned. Most flights blend together after a while. Push back, taxi, line up, climb, cruise, descend, land. Weather is either something you work around or something you delay for. Traffic is background noise. Emergencies are rare, and when they do happen, they follow predictable patterns. That's why training exists. That's why checklists exist. You're taught early on not to personalize anomalies. Systems fail sometimes. Humans make mistakes. You correct, continue, and you log it in if you need to. Aviation is built on the idea that nothing should ever surprise you. And for most of my career, that was true. I have flown in every condition that makes passengers grip armrest and swear off flying forever. Severe turbulence. Lightning crawling across the windshield. Winds strong enough that landing felt like setting the airplane down sideways. And none of that stuck with me. None of that even made me question the job. What stuck were the flights where nothing went wrong. Clear weather, normal traffic, nominal systems. Those are the ones that bother me now. There's a confidence that comes with airline flying that's hard to explain unless you've been there. You're not wondering what's around you. Between GPS, inertial systems, radar, traffic displays, and constant communication with air traffic control, there shouldn't be anything you don't know about in the sky around you. The phrase we use is situational awareness, and modern cockpits are designed to make it nearly impossible to lose. You know where you are, who's above you, who's below you, who's crossing 10 miles ahead, and who will be there in 5 minutes. The margins are tight, but they're intentional. That's why when something doesn't line up, it's unsettling in a way turbulence never is. Turbulence is chaotic, but it follows rules. Wind shear, thermal activity, mountain waves, you can point to causes. You can explain it and brief it. You can predict it. What I'm talking about are moments when the sky behaves like it skipped a step. I didn't notice it at first. Most pilots wouldn't. The first few times it was easy to write off as clerical noise. A bad timestamp, a delayed data entry, somebody on the ground clicking the wrong field in a system that feeds a dozen others. Aviation runs on layers of software stitched together over decades, and small errors happen. But small errors don't repeat cleanly. They don't show up across independent systems that aren't supposed to talk to each other. They don't persist after you double check them. And they definitely don't leave you with the feeling that something arrived before it should have. There's an unspoken rule in this job. You don't chase ghosts. If you start treating every irregularity as something ominous, you'll burn out fast. You stick to what you can verify. You fly the airplane. You let maintenance worry about hardware, and dispatch worry about paperwork. Still, there are things pilots talk about quietly, usually off the record. Things that don't fit into reports cleanly. Routes that feel short on certain days. Calls that don't quite sound right until later. Visuals that vanish the moment you look away. Nobody frames these as stories. They're anecdotes, delivered flatly, usually followed by a shrug. Aviation attracts practical people. We don't lean into mystery. And that's why it took me years to accept that what I was seeing wasn't random. It wasn't weather or fatigue. and it wasn't coincidence. The sky behaves the way it does because we expect it to, because we assume distance is fixed, time is linear, and airspace is consistent. Almost all of the time, those assumptions hold. Almost. The flights I'm about to describe didn't involve emergencies. No maydays or screaming alarms or heroic landings. They were ordinary flights that ended with data that didn't belong to them. And once you notice that kind of thing, it becomes harder to ignore the days when the sky feels just a little too efficient, a little too close. Alright, well, let's get to incident 1. The suitcase that arrived first. This one didn't feel important at the time. If anything, it felt like a mild inconvenience wrapped in somebody else's problem. We were already taxiing in when the cabin crew called up to the cockpit to let us know a passenger had a question about their bag. That happens on almost every flight. People worry their luggage didn't make it. They misread the carousel numbers. They assume the worst before the aircraft doors even open. We told the lead flight attendant to have the passenger check with baggage services at the terminal. Standard response. We shut down, ran our checklist, and opened the door. Nothing unusual. The flight itself had been unremarkable. Short hop with clear weather and light load. Smooth ride the whole way down. We'd been a few minutes early on arrival, which always feels like a small victory, even though it doesn't actually change anything. I was finishing up paperwork when the same flight attendant came back up front. She said the passenger was insisting that their bag was already waiting for them. I remember half smiling and saying something like that'd be a first without really thinking about it. She didn't laugh. She said the passenger had a photo. That got my attention. I followed her off the aircraft and down into the jet bridge where the passenger was standing with their phone out. Middle-aged guy. Calm, not angry or excited, just confused. He showed me a photo of his suitcase sitting by itself near the carousel. It was unmistakably his. Distinctive color, scuffed corner, a ribbon tied to the handle. The timestamp on the photo showed it'd been taken 10 minutes earlier. At that point, I assumed it was a reused bag photo from a previous trip. People do that sometimes. They try to prove a point by recycling evidence. I don't know, it's strange. And then he showed me the baggage claim notification. His bag had been scanned into the destination system before we landed. That's the part that still sticks with me. Airplane baggage handling is messy, but it's not magical. A bag doesn't exist in the arrival system until it's physically offloaded, scanned, and inducted onto a belt. Every step is logged automatically. It's not dependent on one person remembering to click a button. I told him to head to baggage services and said I'd check with ground operations. Again, nothing dramatic, just due diligence. By the time I got back to the cockpit, the first officer had already heard about it from the ramp crew, and they were just as confused. We pulled up the timeline. Departure scan, correct. Bag loaded on our aircraft at the origin. Weight and balance reflected it. Cargo door sealed. Arrival scan, timestamped 7 minutes before touchdown. I checked the flight log to make sure it wasn't misreading something. The aircraft's on-block time was recorded properly. The arrival scan predated it cleanly. Not by seconds, by minutes. Ground ops assumed it was a system sync issue. That's the phrase they used. A delay between systems updating or a cached entry being released early. Sounded reasonable enough. These systems are old, layered and patched, sometimes temperamental. Still, it bothered me. I asked if any other bags from our flight had similar timestamps. They didn't. Just the one. Maintenance checked the cargo door seals as a formality, and everything was normal. Dispatch reviewed the load sheet. Normal. The bag tag number matched the passenger. No duplication or misroute. Eventually, The explanation settled on data irregularity, which is airline shorthand for "we don't know." The passenger got his bag, and it was intact, no damage or missing things. He thanked us and left. And that should have been the end of it. But later that night, after we'd flown another leg and parked for the evening, the first officer brought it up again. He asked if I'd ever seen anything like that before. I said no. He said neither had he. What made it worse wasn't the anomaly itself. It was how clean it was, you know? No errors or system meltdown, you know? It was like one object behaving as if distance didn't apply to it. Well, a few weeks later, something similar happened on a different route. Different aircraft and crew and airport. Same result. A bag scanned into the arrival system early. This time, the difference was that someone noticed before the aircraft even landed. Ground ops flagged it while we were still on descent. They assumed the bag had been misloaded onto an earlier flight. It hadn't. The tag trace showed it loaded onto our aircraft at the origin. The ramp cameras confirmed it. The bag never left the plane. Yet there it was, logged as having arrived. Again, no other bags showed the same behavior. Again, the explanation was quietly closed as a system error. Well, I started asking around, casually, over coffee during layovers, in the way pilots talk when they're not writing anything down. A cargo captain told me he'd seen a pallet register as delivered while they were still over the ocean. He'd laughed it off at the time. Another pilot mentioned a wheelchair that appeared at the gate before the aircraft reached the stand. He said he assumed it was a coincidence until he realized the gate hadn't been assigned yet. None of these incidents were alarming on their own. Nobody filed safety reports or escalated them. They didn't affect operations. But they shared the same shape. An object arriving before its carrier. At first, I told myself I was looking for patterns that weren't there. That's human nature. Once you notice something odd, you start seeing it everywhere. But I kept quiet records just for myself. And the more I looked, the more strange things got. Incident 2. The Missing Minutes. Now, the next one didn't involve baggage or ground systems. It involved us. It was a medium-length domestic leg, long enough to settle into cruise, but short enough that you're paying attention to the clock. Those flights live and die on timing. Fuel planning, descent profiles, crew duty limits, everything is built around predictable minutes. Weather was clear from departure to destination. Not mostly clear, but clear. No convective activity. No jet stream anomalies worth mentioning. No altitude changes requested. It was one of those days where flying feels almost automated. We leveled off early and settled into cruise. Engines were stable. Fuel flow was exactly where it should be. Ground speed was normal for the altitude and wind component we had. Nothing unusual. About halfway through the leg, air traffic control asked us to confirm our position. That's not unheard of, but it's a little uncommon. Normally, they already know. Radar, ADS-B, transponder returns, our position is being tracked constantly. I read back our coordinates. There was a pause on the frequency. Then ATC asked us to say it again. I did, and there was another pause. They came back and asked if we could confirm our ground speed. I glanced down, read it off, and looked at the first officer. He shrugged. Everything looked fine. ATC acknowledged and told us to continue as cleared. And that was it. Now, if that had been the end of it, I wouldn't be telling this story. A few minutes later, we were handed off to the next sector much earlier than expected. The first officer noticed it at the same time I did. He tapped the navigation display and asked if I thought the wind data had updated incorrectly. We cross-checked and it hadn't. The forecast and actuals were aligned. I pulled up the flight plan timing. According to the numbers, we were ahead. According to the engines, we weren't. According to the ground speed, we weren't. According to the clock, we were. It didn't add up. Well, the rest of the flight went normally. Descent, approach, landing, all standard. It wasn't until later, after shutdown, that things started to bother me. I pulled the post-flight data out of habit more than concern. Engine trends were clean. Fuel burn was exactly where it should have been. No spikes or anomalies. And then I looked at the recorded timestamps. The flight data recorder showed a gap. The aircraft transitioned between two logged waypoints faster than the distance between them should have allowed. The timestamps were clean, sequential, no errors. It was as if the airplane had covered a stretch of airspace without spending the expected amount of time inside it. I showed it to the first officer. He frowned, recalculated it manually, and came to the same conclusion. We went through every reasonable explanation. There's no tailwind, no altitude deviation, instrument error, cross-checked across independent systems. GPS glitch, well, possible, but unlikely given the consistency across multiple sensors. Eventually, we landed on the same conclusion aviation always does when something doesn't affect safety. Log it and move on. So we did. The next time it happened was 3 months later. Different route and aircraft, similar length. Same result. This time, ATC noticed again. They asked us to slow down. That got my attention. You don't get asked to slow down in cruise unless spacing is off. We reduced speed slightly, well within normal limits. A few minutes later, they asked us to slow again. We complied. According to them, we were closing on traffic ahead much faster than expected. According to our displays, we weren't. There was no visual traffic, nothing on the scope. After landing, I requested a copy of the ATC timing data through normal channels. They took a while. By the time it came back, I'd almost forgotten about it. The timestamps didn't match ours. Their system showed us passing through controlled airspace earlier than our onboard systems indicated. I stopped talking about it openly after that. Not because anybody told me to stop, but because I recognized the look people gave me when I brought it up. Aviation doesn't reward curiosity unless it improves safety or efficiency. Everything else is noise. Still, I started paying closer attention. Some flights felt longer than scheduled. Some felt shorter. Most felt normal. The ones that didn't weren't tied to weather or traffic or aircraft type. There was no consistent pattern I could point to. No particular altitude or latitude that explained it. Just stretches of sky that seemed to let you through faster than they should. I didn't feel anything during those moments. No physical sensation or visual distortion. No sound. If you weren't watching the numbers, you'd never know anything had happened. That's the part that bothers me. If something dangerous is happening, you expect warning signs, alarms, vibration. This didn't feel dangerous. It felt efficient. Like the sky had decided we didn't need to spend as much time there. After the third occurrence, I stopped assuming it was a coincidence. After the fourth, I stopped telling myself it was fatigue. After the fifth, I started wondering what would happen if we stayed inside one of those compressed stretches longer than usual. So far, we never have. Not deliberately, anyway. And that's probably for the best. Incident 3. This one took time to understand. At the moment it happened, there was nothing about it that felt wrong. It sounded exactly like a pilot doing his job. We were in cruise, mid-morning, clear skies, international airspace, but well within normal commercial corridors. The radios were busy in the way they usually are. Position reports, Altitude confirmations, handoffs between sectors, nothing stood out. And then a call came in on our frequency. It was brief and professional. The voice identified an aircraft by call sign and tail number, stated their position, altitude, and heading, and requested confirmation of traffic in the area. Standard stuff. I glanced at the traffic display. Nothing showed nearby. Before I could respond, ATC came back and acknowledged the call. They issued a routine advisory and cleared the aircraft to continue on course. The exchange was clean, textbook phraseology, nothing improvised. The voice sounded calm. Male, middle-aged, if I had to guess. Slight accent, hard to place but not unusual. Pilots fly internationally all the time. I remember thinking briefly that his radio sounded a little older. Not bad, just flatter, less processed. But that could have been anything. Radio quality varies. We never saw the aircraft. Not visually. Not on TCAS. Not on radar. That, too, isn't unheard of. Sometimes traffic is below radar coverage, or shielded by terrain, or filtered out momentarily. It happens. A few minutes later, the aircraft called again. Same voice and calm tone, same professional cadence. They thanked ATC and reported clear of the area. Then the frequency moved on. The rest of the flight was uneventful. We landed, parked, and went about our day. It wasn't until that evening, during a layover, that the first officer brought it up. He asked if I'd noticed that the call sign sounded unfamiliar. I shrugged. Call signs change. Charter flights, cargo ops, repositioning legs, you hear all kinds of identifiers. He said he'd tried to look it up out of curiosity. It wasn't in the system. That's unusual, but not unheard of. Databases lag. Temporary call signs exist. Military flights sometimes don't populate civilian systems correctly. By the time he showed me what he found, my stomach dropped. The aircraft wasn't missing from the database. It had been removed from it decades ago. The tail number belonged to an aircraft that disappeared over open water more than 50 years ago. No distress call or debris field, no confirmed crash site. It was one of those cases aviation historians argue about. Fuel exhaustion versus mechanical failure versus weather versus something else. The official record listed it just as lost. The call sign had been retired shortly after. No other aircraft had used it since. The hair on my arms stood up when I read that. We pulled the cockpit voice recording from our flight, and the transmission was there, clear as day. We played it back multiple times. The voice hadn't changed, no distortion, no background noise that didn't belong. No indication it was anything other than a normal radio call. ATC confirmed they'd heard it too. When we asked if they'd pulled the aircraft's radar track, the answer came back short and final. There was no radar track, no primary return or secondary transponder. Nothing. Just a voice. Someone suggested it might have been a replay, an old transmission bleeding through, a recording accidentally rebroadcast. That explanation didn't hold. It wasn't a tape. It was interactive. The internal discussion stopped there. Not because anyone ordered it to stop, but because nobody wanted to push it further. There are moments in aviation where you realize you're brushing up against something that doesn't have a checklist. We were quietly advised not to file anything formal beyond noting unidentified transmission. That phrase covers a lot. The recording was archived, and life went on. I told myself it was a coincidence layered on top of another coincidence, that the call sign match was unfortunate, but meaningless, that someone somewhere had reused an old identifier without updating a database. Except that didn't explain the tail number. or the fact that the aircraft described its position in a way that placed it exactly where the missing plane would have been, given its last known heading, adjusted for modern routing. That detail came out later, during an off-the-report conversation with someone who'd looked deeper than they were supposed to. The next time I heard that call sign, it wasn't on one of my flights. It was over coffee, in a crew room halfway across the world. Another pilot mentioned it casually. Said he'd heard a strange transmission once that didn't match anything on his displays. Said the voice sounded old-fashioned, whatever that means. When I asked him what the call sign was, he hesitated. Then he told me. And it was the same one, same number. He hadn't looked it up because he hadn't wanted to. Neither of us said anything else after that. There are ghosts people talk about in aviation. Phantom airports, runways that appear in fog, lights that don't belong to anything. Most of those stories get exaggerated with retelling. This one does not need embellishment. Incident 4. The Blue Orbs. Now, by the time this happened, I'd stopped assuming that every strange event would announce itself as strange. Most of the things that stayed with me didn't arrive with alarms or urgency. They showed up quietly, like something that expected to be seen eventually. This was a night flight over open water. Long haul, high altitude. The kind of route where there's nothing to look at outside except stars and the faint reflection of the cockpit on the glass. These flights are monotonous in a way that actually sharpens your awareness for me. There's less visual clutter, fewer radio calls, fewer distractions. You notice small things. The first officer was the one who saw it first. He didn't react right away. He leaned forward slightly, adjusted his seat, and looked again before saying anything. That's a habit most pilots develop early. Confirm with your own eyes before you bring someone else in. After a few seconds, he said, "Did you see that off the left side?" I followed his gaze. At first, I assumed it was a reflection. That's almost always the answer. Internal lighting, instrument glow, a star lined up just wrong. I shifted my head and changed angles. The light didn't move. It was blue, not white blue or strobe blue, a deep, saturated blue, like a welding arc seen from a distance. It sat slightly below our altitude, a few miles off our left wing, steady and constant. Then a second one appeared, then a third. They didn't pop into existence, they faded in smoothly, as if they'd been there the whole time and we'd only just noticed them. They weren't flashing or rotating. They were leaving contrails or reflections. They just sat there matching our speed. And that's when the first officer quietly said, "Those aren't stars." I checked TCAS. Nothing. No traffic or altitude returns or warnings. I checked the weather radar next. Completely clear. Well, we altered speed slightly, not enough to be operationally significant, just enough to see if relative position would change. It didn't. The lights adjusted with us. Not aggressively or suddenly, just enough to maintain spacing. And that was the moment the cabin got real quiet. Neither of us reached for the radio right away, not because we were afraid to, but because we didn't yet know what we'd be reporting. Pilots don't call ATC to say, "There's something weird." You need specifics. Altitude, bearing, distance, behavior. I keyed the mic and asked ATC if they had any traffic near our position. They didn't. I asked again, more specifically, giving relative bearing and altitude. Negative traffic. I asked if any military activity was scheduled in the area. None. We watched the lights for several minutes. They didn't approach or retreat. They didn't cross in front of us or fall behind. They behaved like formation traffic, except there was no aircraft. Eventually, one of them moved. It didn't accelerate away. It didn't climb or descend in a way that matched aircraft performance. It simply slid laterally, arcing around our nose and repositioning itself on the right side of the aircraft. The movement was smooth, and that's when I felt real unease. Because I'd heard about this before. Not in rumors, not online. In official briefings and incident summaries that never quite make the headlines. Commercial pilots in Europe have reported blue lights pacing aircraft at cruise altitude. Navy pilots off the US East Coast have described spherical objects that glow blue or white and maneuver without visible propulsion. FAA safety reports include entries describing unidentified luminous objects maintaining formation for extended periods before vanishing. There was a widely reported case years ago involving pilots over the Pacific who described blue orbs orbiting their aircraft at altitude. Another involved airline crews over the Middle East seeing similar lights during night operations, recorded by multiple cockpit crews independently. Those reports are always written carefully. No speculations, just behavior. And that's exactly what we were seeing. The orbs weren't affected by our wake. They didn't drift when we altered heading slightly. They weren't buffeted by air currents. They behaved like they were in their own environment, intersecting ours temporarily. Well, after about 10 minutes, ATC called us. They hadn't seen anything on radar, but another aircraft behind us had reported unusual blue lights in the same general area. That did something to my sense of scale. This wasn't isolated to us. We weren't being singled out. We were passing through something other crews had encountered too. The lights didn't vanish all at once. One dimmed and faded. Another followed a minute later. The last lingered the longest, holding position off the right wing before sliding backward and disappearing into the dark. No acceleration or flare, just gone. The rest of the flight was quiet. After landing, we wrote it up the only way you can write something like that up. Precise and minimal. Behavioral. No adjectives that didn't belong. 3 blue luminous objects observed at cruise altitude. Maintained relative position. No TCAS return, no radar contact. No turbulence or system anomalies. That's it. Later during the layover, a different crew approached us quietly. They asked if we'd seen anything unusual on the route. They didn't need to explain further. They had. And it was the same color and behavior and quiet departure. Now, nobody suggested aliens. Nobody joked. Nobody speculated. That's not how pilots talk about things that make them very uncomfortable. We talked about what happened, then we moved on. But from that point forward, whenever I flew at night over open water, I found myself scanning the dark a little more carefully. Incident 5. The Red Sky. This was the first time the sky stopped behaving like sky. Not visually strange in a subtle way or ambiguous. Not something you could rationalize if you stared at it long enough. It was very wrong. Now, this was a night flight over continental airspace, well within controlled routing, nothing remote or exotic. Weather briefings were clean across the board. No convective activity, no high cloud tops, no anomalies. The first half of the flight was uneventful enough that neither of us would have remembered it otherwise. The first sign came from the horizon. At first glance, it looked like distant weather illuminated by city glow. That happens sometimes. Storm systems can reflect sodium vapor light and create strange colors at night. But this wasn't reflected light. The sky ahead of us, it was red, not streaked, not layered or moving. A deep, uniform red filled the entire forward view, from left to right, from below the nose to well above our altitude. It didn't brighten gradually, it was simply there, like a wall we hadn't noticed until we were close enough to see it. I checked the weather radar immediately. Clear. I adjusted the tilt, increased gain, switched modes. Still clear. The first officer leaned forward, eyes fixed on the windshield. He didn't say anything at first. The red didn't get closer the way weather does. It didn't resolve into clouds or bands. Didn't change shape. It waited. And then the turbulence hit. Not chop or gradual build. The autopilot disconnected hard, and the aircraft lurched as if it struck resistance. Wasn't air pressure, it was something denser. The controls responded normally, but the feedback felt very wrong, like flying through a medium that wasn't uniform. And outside, the red intensified. And then things started to move inside it. These were not vague shapes. These were enormous. The first one became visible as a silhouette against the red, then resolved enough that scale became impossible to ignore. It was massive, longer than our entire wingspan, moving slowly across our forward field of view. It wasn't flying the way aircraft fly, it was swimming through the red, its body undulating as if the sky itself had depth. Then another appeared, and another. They were huge. Not large animal huge, continental shelf huge. The kind of size you associate with deep ocean creatures. Things that only make sense where pressure and darkness hide scale. One passed close enough that I could see structure. There was a head. There were wings. More shapes followed, some vertical, rising through the red as if ascending from below. Others horizontal, gliding past at different depths. One moved beneath us, and the aircraft jolted again, like we crossed a wake. The first officer said something then. Disbelief? ATC called us. They asked if we were experiencing turbulence. I answered yes and requested an immediate deviation. They approved it instantly. The turbulence intensified again. The aircraft shuddered as another massive shape passed close enough that I could see it. One of the creatures turned, and I don't want to describe it. I committed to a full reversal. Not a standard deviation or gradual turn. I turned the aircraft back the way we came. As the turn completed, the red began to collapse. It didn't fade, it was like it folded. The sky ahead compressed inward, forming a circular distortion, darker at the edges, lighter in the center. And then we crossed a boundary. The sky snapped back to normal. Black, empty stars. The turbulence stopped instantly. Autopilot re-engaged without complaint. All systems stabilized. No warnings or residual effects. It was like it hadn't happened. ATC called again, asking us to confirm heading and intentions. I told them we were returning to our departure airport due to unforeseen severe turbulence. That was true. The landing was uneventful. Maintenance found nothing wrong with the aircraft, no damage or sensor faults. The flight data showed sharp turbulence events, and it showed nothing else. Of course it didn't. Later, in a quiet room, The first officer asked the only question that mattered. "What do you think would have happened if we kept going?" I didn't answer. Now, this last incident is very hard to explain, not because it was frightening exactly, but because it was ridiculous. There was no red sky or lights, no voices on the radio. It was just weather. At least that's what it was supposed to be. We were on descent when the turbulence started. Not unusual at that altitude. A little rougher than forecast, but nothing that justified concern at first. Then it intensified rapidly. Sharp jolts, sudden drops, impacts against the fuselage loud enough to be heard over the engines. It sounded like hail. That's what I told the cabin crew. Secure the cabin, expect a rough ride, standard procedures. We checked weather radar. Nothing. No cells or returns or precipitation. And then something struck the windshield hard enough that both of us flinched. Another hit followed, then several more. Rapid, uneven impacts, like we were flying through a dense shower of debris. The aircraft shook violently. The turbulence wasn't smooth or patterned. It felt chaotic, as if objects were striking us from multiple directions. We slowed. We descended faster than planned. ATC asked if we needed assistance. I told them we were encountering severe turbulence and possible hail. That was the closest word available. By the time we broke out into clear air, the impact stopped as abruptly as they'd begun. The rest of the descent was smooth. The landing was uneventful, though the aircraft did need inspection before the next leg. That didn't surprise anyone. Hail can do serious damage even when radar misses it. What surprised everyone was what maintenance found. There were small, colorful fragments smeared along the leading edges of the wings, in gaps near control surfaces, embedded in places hailstones shouldn't reach. At first, one of the mechanics thought it was insulation or paint transfer from ground equipment. And then he picked one up, and it was sticky. Another one was intact enough to identify. A jelly bean. Not melted or burned, just cracked and flattened from impact. They found hundreds of them. Different colors: red, yellow, green, purple. Some stuck to the wing like residue. Others lodged in seams and crevices. A few had bounced hard enough to leave faint dye streaks in the paint. Nobody said anything for a long moment. Eventually, someone asked if a catering cart had exploded midair. It hadn't. Someone else suggested cargo contamination. Yeah, there was no cargo like that on board. Weather logs were checked. No reports of hail. No storms anywhere near our route. No explanation for why candy would be falling from the sky. The official report listed unknown foreign object debris associated with severe turbulence. The jelly beans were cleaned off and disposed of. I think I even saw a couple of our guys eating them. No samples were kept, as far as I know. Of all the things I have seen flying, that's the one people laugh about when they hear it. Even other pilots. Especially other pilots, and I don't blame them. But every time I see a maintenance crew inspecting wings after turbulence now, I think about how easy it is for something absurd to slip through the cracks of explanation. There was no monsters or lights or warnings. Just a hell of a lot of candy falling from an empty sky. Well, I still fly. That's usually the first question people ask when they hear some version of these stories. They expect hesitation or a change in tone, or an admission that something broke permanently in my brain after all this. It didn't, as far as I know. I still trust the airplane. I still trust the systems. I trust the people I fly with. Aviation works because it is built on discipline, repetition, and the refusal to panic when something unexpected happens. None of what I've described took that away from me. What it changed was how I think about the sky. Pilots are trained to believe that airspace is consistent, that distance in physics behaves the same everywhere, that time passes at the same rate regardless of where you are, as long as your clocks agree. We treat the sky like a three-dimensional map you can fold neatly into numbers. And most of the time that model works. But not always. Over the years, I've come to accept that there are pockets of airspace that don't behave the way the rest of it does. Places where objects arrive early, where time compresses, where voices come from aircraft that never landed, where lights pace you without showing up on anything that's supposed to see them, where entire sections of sky change character without warning. None of this happens often. That's important to understand. If it did, aviation wouldn't function. Flights wouldn't arrive. Systems would fail constantly, and people wouldn't shrug these things off and keep going. The rarity is what allows it to exist unnoticed. Most pilots go their entire careers without encountering anything like what I've described. Many who do encounter it will dismiss it, forget it, or decide it isn't worth talking about. This job doesn't encourage philosophical detours. We don't get paid to wonder. Still, there are quiet adjustments people make. Routes some crews don't like. Headings they avoid if they don't have to take them. Sections of sky that feel off on certain nights for reasons no one writes down. Now, none of this is official. None of it shows up in manuals. It doesn't need to. Aviation is full of unspoken rules. No, I don't think the sky is hostile. That's the part people get wrong when they hear stories like this. They jump straight to fear or invasion or intent. What I've seen doesn't feel aggressive exactly. Maybe it's indifferent. Like we're passing through systems that weren't designed with us in mind. The red sky didn't chase us. The lights didn't intercept us. The creatures didn't react beyond noticing we were there. Even the jelly beans, as absurd as that sounds, didn't feel targeted. They just happened. I don't know if that makes it better or worse, because it suggests that whatever else exists up there isn't concerned with us one way or the other. It's like we're incidental. Most days we move through the sky unnoticed. Some days we brush up against something larger. Now, I don't tell passengers about any of this. I don't hint at it. I know a lot of people are afraid of flying. People deserve a calm flight. They deserve confidence. They deserve to believe that the sky behaves the same today as it did yesterday. And most of the time it does. If there's any advice buried in all this, it isn't about fear. It's about humility. The world is bigger than our systems. The sky is older than our maps. Just because we've learned how to move through it efficiently does not mean we understand it.
My name is Randy Cruz, and I've worked search and rescue in Appalachia for a little over 18 years. Most people have a very different idea of what this job looks like. They picture helicopters flying through storms, teams racing through the woods in the middle of the night, dangerous rescues hanging from ropes along the side of cliffs. That stuff does happen, but not as nearly as often as people think. Most of the job is less exciting. A hiker twists an ankle 3 miles from the nearest road. An elderly man with dementia wanders away from his property. A hunter loses his bearings after dark and spends the night walking in circles. These are the calls we get most often. The good news is that we usually find those people. Sometimes they're embarrassed or cold or injured, but most of the time they go home. Now, the mountains can be dangerous, but they aren't trying to kill anyone. At least that's what I believed when I first started.
Back then, I was 24 years old and convinced I had one of the best jobs in the world. I grew up in Appalachia. The mountains never scared me. I spent my childhood hiking trails, fishing creeks, exploring old logging roads, and getting into places my parents would have killed me for visiting. By the time I joined search and rescue, I felt like I knew those mountains better than most people knew their own neighborhoods. And I quickly learned I was wrong. Appalachia, it's huge. Most people don't realize just how large it is until they see it for themselves. The mountain range stretches across multiple states. Thousands of square miles of forest cover the region. There are valleys that haven't changed much in 100 years. There are abandoned mines, forgotten homesteads, old cemeteries, and cave systems that go deeper underground than most people would ever willingly follow. You can spend your entire life here and still discover places you have never seen before. That's one of the reasons people disappear. The mountains don't have to do anything strange. All it takes is one wrong turn, one bad decision, one storm arriving earlier than expected, one missed trail marker. After that, things can go downhill very quickly. Over the years, I've searched for hundreds of people. In some cases lasted an hour, weeks, a few lasted months. Most of them had normal explanations. A person got lost or injured or panicked. Case closed. But every once in a while, we'd come across something that didn't fit neatly into a report. Something that made experienced people stop talking for a moment. Something that stayed with you long after the search ended. I'm not talking about monsters or ghosts, and I'm definitely not talking about internet stories. The 5 cases I'm about to tell you all came from actual searches I worked during my career. Now, before anyone starts drawing conclusions, I'm not claiming I know what happened in any of them. I don't. In every story, there are details that could probably be explained if someone had enough information. The problem is that we never found enough information. That's what makes these cases different. Most search and rescue operations end with answers. These didn't. Some ended with evidence that made no sense. Some ended with witnesses who all reported the same thing. Some ended with discoveries that still bother me years later. I still have copies of the reports. I still remember the names. And in a few cases, I still remember exactly where I was standing when things stopped making sense. The first story, it happened about 12 years ago, started with a missing couple. At the time, nobody thought it was going to be unusual. The boyfriend and girlfriend had gone hiking near a remote cave system that sat several miles from the nearest road. When they didn't come home, their families reported them missing. Search teams were assembled, maps were checked, volunteers arrived. Everything about the situation looked routine, at least in the beginning. Then we found the blood. And from that point forward, the search became something none of us ever forgot. The first story happened in October of 2014. At the time, I was working with a search and rescue unit based in eastern Tennessee. The area we covered included several state parks, large sections of national forest, and dozens of cave systems scattered throughout the mountains. Most of the caves were harmless if people stayed near the entrances. The problem was that people rarely did. Every year we'd get calls from hikers who wanted to explore somewhere they'd seen online or heard about from a friend. Most of them had no equipment, no maps, and no experience underground. Usually we found them. Sometimes we had to drag them out. And a few times we recovered bodies. That's why nobody thought much about the call when it first came in. A young couple had gone hiking near an old cave system known locally as Black Hollow Cave. The boyfriend was named Tyler Morgan. The girlfriend was named Emily Davis. Both were in their early 20s. According to their families, they planned a day hike and were supposed to be back before dark. When neither of them answered their phones that evening, relatives assumed they'd lost signal. The following morning, nobody had heard from them, and that's when the search started. I arrived at the command post shortly after sunrise. The weather was clear, visibility was good. We had volunteers, deputies, and 2 search dogs working the area. The couple's vehicle was found exactly where their family said it would be. A small trailhead parking lot roughly 3 miles from the cave entrance. Nothing looked unusual, no signs of foul play, no damaged vehicle, no indication they'd met anyone. Just an empty parking space surrounded by trees. Well, the first few hours went exactly as expected. Several teams searched the main trails, another group checked the cave entrance, a third team began working the surrounding ridges. Around noon, one of the volunteers located a water bottle. About 20 minutes later, another volunteer found a light jacket. Both items were identified by the family. And at that point, we knew we were in the right area. The items formed a rough path leading toward Black Hollow Cave. That wasn't surprising. The cave was the main attraction in that part of the forest. Most missing hikers eventually ended up there. My team reached the cave entrance around 2 in the afternoon. It wasn't especially large, maybe 20 feet wide. The opening sat at the base of a limestone ridge, partially covered by moss and brush. A cool draft flowed out continuously, strong enough to feel from several yards away. Several members of our team entered the cave while others searched outside, and nothing was found. No backpacks or clothing, no footprints we could identify. No signs that anyone had gone deeper into the system. As the afternoon continued, our search area expanded. Around 4 o'clock, Anthony, Norton, and I were assigned to search a narrow ridge running south of the cave. The terrain there was rough. Loose rocks and dense trees, steep drop-offs. Not a place where people usually wandered unless they got lost. Well, we spent an hour moving through the area without finding anything. Then Anthony stopped. "Randy," he said. I walked over. He was pointing toward a rock about 10 feet away. At first I didn't see it, and then I noticed a dark stain. Blood. Not much, just a few drops. We marked the location and continued forward. About 20 yards later, we found more. Then more. The blood trail wasn't heavy. It looked more like someone walking while injured. A few drops here, a few drops there. Enough to follow. Not enough to explain. The discovery immediately changed the mood of the search. Lost hikers are one thing, injured hikers are another. Now everyone was moving faster. Additional personnel were sent to our position. The blood trail continued along the ridge for nearly half a mile. Sometimes it disappeared, then it would reappear farther ahead. Every time we thought we'd lost it, another drop would show up on a rock or patch of leaves. The trail eventually led us toward an area none of us expected. A cliff. The ridge ended abruptly. Beyond it was a steep ravine dropping several hundred feet. The view below was mostly trees, large boulders, and thick brush. Anthony was the first to reach the edge. I arrived a few seconds later. The last blood drops were sitting on a flat section of rock less than 3 feet from the drop. We searched the immediate area carefully. There were no footprints, no signs of a struggle, no broken branches, nothing. Just blood, then open air. I remember standing there staring over the edge, trying to make sense of it. If someone had fallen, there should have been evidence below. Broken limbs, damaged brush, something. Instead, everything looked completely untouched. Additional teams arrived shortly afterward. Ropes were brought in. Personnel descended into the ravine. Drones were deployed. The entire area below the cliff was searched before sunset. And nothing, no bodies or clothing, no backpacks, no signs that anybody had ever been there. The blood samples were collected and later confirmed to belong to one of the missing hikers, and that only made things stranger. We knew at least one of them had been injured. We knew the blood trail was real and it ended at the cliff. What we didn't know was where either person had gone. The search continued for 6 more days. More volunteers arrived. Additional dogs were brought in. Helicopters searched the surrounding forest. Nearby caves were checked again. Every possible route was examined, and nothing. No additional evidence was ever located. The couple's phones were never found. No backpacks, no bodies ever found. It was like they'd simply vanished. The official investigation remained open for years. Various theories were discussed. Maybe they became lost and wandered farther than expected. Maybe the blood trail belonged to an unrelated injury. Maybe somebody removed evidence before search teams arrived. Every explanation had problems. The biggest problem was the cliff. I still think about that location. I've returned there several times over the years. Not as part of a search, but I don't know why exactly. Every time I stand on that ridge, I find myself looking over the edge again, trying to see something I missed, trying to find a detail that would finally make the whole thing fit together, but never does. What especially bothers me is the blood trail, because blood trails are supposed to lead somewhere, to a body or campsite, an injured person, evidence, to answers. This one led to a cliff, and then it simply stopped. 12 years later, Tyler Morgan and Emily Davis remain missing. No bodies have ever been recovered, no suspects were ever identified, and no explanation has ever fully accounted for what we found on that ridge. Out of all the searches I've worked, I think this is the one I revisit the most. I still don't know what happened after those last few drops of blood reached the edge of that cliff. The second story took place during the summer of 2018. At first, nobody connected the incidents. The reports came from different areas of the county and were spread out over nearly 2 weeks. Individually, none of them sounded especially unusual. Farmers occasionally found dead livestock. Deer sometimes died from disease or injury. People reported seeing strange animals in the mountains all the time. Most of those reports turned out to be nothing. This one didn't. The first call came from a property owner who lived near a cave system, about 20 miles north of where I was stationed. He discovered 2 dead goats early one morning while checking his fencing. Predators weren't unusual in that area. Black bears, coyotes, bobcats, and wild dogs all occasionally caused problems for livestock owners. Normally, when one of those animals attacked, the evidence was obvious. There'd be signs of a struggle, tracks, torn fencing, blood scattered throughout the area. The goats in this case looked different. Neither animal had been eaten. Neither animal appeared to have been dragged. Both were simply lying on the ground near a tree line. The property owner noticed 2 puncture wounds on the neck of each goat. That detail made enough people curious that photographs were taken. A wildlife officer examined the scene and initially suspected some kind of animal attack, but he couldn't identify what animal might have been responsible. The wounds were unusual. Not impossible, just unusual. The case likely would have ended there if similar reports hadn't started appearing over the following days. 3 days later, a hunter discovered a dead deer less than 5 miles away. The deer showed similar injuries. Again, there was surprisingly little blood present. There were puncture wounds, and again, nobody could confidently identify what had happened. By the end of the week, several more animals had been found dead. Most were deer. One was a large wild hog. Another was a calf from a nearby farm. And that was when local rumors started spreading. People always talk, especially in small mountain communities. Some blamed coyotes, others blamed disease. A few started suggesting something much stranger. They claimed large bats had been seen flying near one of the cave systems in the area. Normally that would have been ignored. The problem was that the reports weren't coming from a single witness. They were coming from multiple people who didn't know each other. One witness claimed he saw several large shapes leaving the cave shortly after sunset. Another described seeing something circle above a pasture before disappearing toward the mountains. A third reported hearing unusual screeching sounds near the cave entrance during the evening. None of those reports proved anything. Witnesses make mistakes. People can exaggerate. Distance and darkness can make ordinary things look unusual. Still, enough reports accumulated that our department eventually became involved. Now, the cave itself sat in a remote section of forest accessible only by a rough dirt road. The entrance was considerably larger than most caves in the area, roughly 30 feet wide and extending downward into a network of tunnels that had never been fully mapped. Several agencies coordinated a survey of the area. I was part of one of the teams assigned to assist. When we arrived, the first thing we noticed was the smell. It was strange. The area around the entrance contained a strong animal odor that seemed far more concentrated than it should have been. Several piles of animal droppings were located near the opening. Wildlife activity clearly existed around the cave. Whether it had any connection to the reports was another matter. We spent most of the day documenting the area. Tracks were photographed, animal remains were collected. The cave interior was explored as far as safety allowed. Nothing definitive was found. No giant bats, no unknown animals, no evidence that anything extraordinary lived there. Still, some details bothered people. Several deer carcasses were located within a few hundred yards of the cave entrance. Again, many showed puncture wounds similar to those reported elsewhere. Wildlife specialists examined them and offered possible explanations, but nobody seemed completely satisfied. The timing also continued to attract attention. Most of the sightings were occurring at night. Many happened near the same cave. And several occurred during the days leading up to a full moon. That last detail probably means nothing. I want to be clear about that. People love connecting unusual events to full moons. Most of the time it's coincidence. Still, it was something witnesses repeatedly brought up when giving statements. The night of the full moon ended up producing the most reports. Our team wasn't conducting an active search that evening, but several of us were still in the area assisting with documentation and follow-up interviews. Around dusk, 2 local residents contacted authorities, claiming they'd seen large flying animals near the ridge above the cave. Their descriptions weren't identical, but they were similar enough to get attention. Both estimated wingspans significantly larger than any bats normally found in the region. Neither witness could provide photographs. Neither witness claimed to have seen details clearly. What they reported were silhouettes, large dark shapes crossing in front of the moon. And that was it. Nothing conclusive. Just enough to keep the rumors alive. Over the next several days, additional dead wildlife continued appearing throughout the area. Then, almost as suddenly as it started, everything stopped. No more sightings or reports, no more unexplained animal deaths. The cave remained where it had always been, and the forest returned to normal. Life moved on. Most people eventually forgot about the entire thing. I probably would have as well, if not for something I personally witnessed near the end of the investigation. A few days before the report stopped, I was part of a small team conducting a final evening survey near the cave entrance. There were 3 of us. We weren't expecting to find anything. The investigation had already reached the point where everyone assumed there would never be a definitive answer. We were simply documenting the area one last time before scaling operations back. The sun had already dropped behind the mountains. The forest was beginning to darken. Visibility wasn't great, but wasn't completely dark either. I remember standing near a rocky overlook above the cave entrance when one of the other team members pointed toward the valley below. At first, I couldn't see what we were looking at, and then I noticed movement. Several dark shapes were crossing above the tree line. The distance made identification difficult, very difficult. Whatever they were, they appeared larger than most birds. Their flight pattern looked unusual. For maybe 10 seconds, all 3 of us watched them move across the valley, and then they disappeared behind a ridge. And that was it. No attack, no monster emerging from a cave. Just a brief observation that none of us could confidently explain. Now, could they have been birds? Absolutely. Could distance and lighting have distorted what we were seeing? Without question. Could there be a perfectly normal explanation for everything that happened that summer? Probably. In fact, that's still the explanation I lean toward. But what I do find interesting is that nobody ever managed to provide that explanation. The animal deaths remained unexplained, the bite marks remained unusual, the witness reports remained consistent enough to be difficult to dismiss completely, and the cave continued generating stories long after the investigation ended. Even today, local residents occasionally bring it up. Most laugh about it, some don't. As for me, I don't know. I also don't think every witness simply imagined what they saw. Unfortunately, with whatever the truth was, it disappeared almost as quickly as it arrived. The sighting stopped, the animal death stopped, the investigation ended, and the mountains kept their answer. So in this third story, nobody disappeared, nobody died or got injured. In fact, if you heard the story from certain people, you'd probably dismiss it immediately and move on with your day. And honestly, I wouldn't blame you. If somebody had told me this story before I saw part of it for myself, I probably would have done the same thing. The reason it stayed with me isn't because I think something supernatural happened. I don't know. It's because I still don't have a good explanation for what multiple groups of people reported seeing over the course of nearly 3 weeks. The incident took place during the winter of 2021. The area involved was a large section of mountain forest that sat roughly 15 miles from the nearest town. The section contained several hiking trails, a few seasonal campsites, and enough wildlife that search and rescue teams were frequently called out to assist lost hunters or stranded hikers. The first report came from a pair of campers. At the time, nobody paid much attention to it. The two men claimed they'd seen a pack of wolves moving along a ridgeline shortly after sunset. And that wasn't strange. While wolves aren't common throughout much of Appalachia, occasional sightings are reported, and large wild dogs or coyotes are frequently mistaken for wolves from a distance. The unusual part wasn't the animals themselves. It was the description. Both men insisted the wolves appeared to be glowing. They described it as a faint blue-green sheen that seemed visible along portions of the animal's fur whenever the moonlight hit them. The report was written down, a few jokes were made, and everybody moved on. And about 4 days later, another report came in. This time it came from a married couple who had been driving along a mountain road after dark. Neither knew the original witnesses, neither had any reason to make up the story. Their description, though, was remarkably similar. They reported seeing several wolf-like animals standing near the tree line overlooking a field. Again, the witnesses described a strange glow. Again, they specifically mentioned a bluish color, and they struggled to explain exactly what they'd seen. At that point, the reports became interesting. Not because they proved anything, but because independent witnesses were describing similar details. A week later, a group of hunters submitted another report. Then another family. Then a hiker. The descriptions varied slightly from person to person, but several details remained consistent. The animals always appeared in groups. Most witnesses estimated between 5 and 8 wolves. The sightings generally occurred around dusk or shortly after dark, and nearly everyone described the same unusual coloration: blue, green, silver. The exact shade changed depending on the witness. The basic description remained surprisingly consistent. Now, at first, most of us assumed there was a straightforward explanation. Moonlight can create strange effects, fog can distort visibility, animal eyes often reflect light in unusual ways, distance can make almost anything look different than it actually is. All of those explanations seemed reasonable. The problem was the reports kept coming. Eventually, enough people had reported seeing the animals that our department became involved. Not because we thought glowing wolves were roaming the mountains, but because any large predator sightings near hiking areas tend to attract attention. One afternoon, I was assigned to investigate several of the locations where witnesses claimed the animals had been seen. Sarah Williams came with me. At the time, Sarah had already spent nearly a decade working in search and rescue, and was one of the more experienced people on our team. Like me, she wasn't especially impressed by the stories. We spent most of the day checking trails, interviewing witnesses, and documenting locations. Nothing stood out. No unusual tracks, no unusual animal remains, no evidence that anything extraordinary was taking place. By late afternoon, we'd essentially concluded that the sightings were probably being exaggerated through repetition. And then the sun started going down. We were driving along a Forest Service road near one of the more recent sighting locations when Sarah suddenly pointed toward a distant ridge. "Do you see that?" I looked where she was pointing. At first I didn't, and then I noticed movement. Several animals were crossing the ridgeline approximately half a mile away. And even from that distance, the size was obvious. They were considerably larger than coyotes. There were 6 of them, maybe 7, it's difficult to say exactly. We pulled over and watched. Neither of us spoke for several seconds. The wolves weren't running. They weren't hunting. They were simply moving along the ridgeline from east to west. And then I saw something happen whenever they crossed patches of open ground. The moon had already risen above the mountains, its light reflected across portions of their bodies, and for brief moments, the fur appeared almost luminous. Not glowing, that's still not the word I'd use, but there was definitely something unusual about the way the light interacted with them. The effect reminded me of certain fish scales or bird feathers that appear to change color depending on the angle. The animals would move through shadow, then moonlight would hit them, and for a second or two, portions of their fur would appear silver blue. Then the effect would vanish again. We watched the pack for perhaps a minute before they disappeared into the trees, and that was the entirety of the encounter. Just a distant observation that happened to match many of the previous witness reports. Afterward, Sarah and I spent quite a bit of time discussing possible explanations. Neither of us believed the wolves were literally glowing. The more likely explanation involved moonlight, winter conditions, and some unusual characteristic of the animals' coats. Certain species display surprisingly strange reflective properties under specific lighting conditions. And that explanation made sense. The problem was that nobody could ever confirm it. Wildlife officials never managed to identify the specific animals involved. Photographs were attempted but never produced anything unusual. Several blurry images circulated online, maybe you've seen them, but none were clear enough to prove anything. And within a few weeks, the sighting stopped. Just like that. The wolves simply disappeared from public attention. Maybe they moved to another area. Maybe witness interest faded. Maybe people stopped reporting what they saw. I honestly don't know. What I do know is that at least 3 separate groups of witnesses reported seeing nearly identical details before those reports became widely known. And then Sarah Williams and I observed something that appeared remarkably similar ourselves. Could there be a perfectly ordinary explanation? Absolutely. In fact, that's what I still believe. But every mystery doesn't need a monster to be interesting. Sometimes a mystery is simply a collection of observations that never quite fit together neatly enough to produce a final answer. The glowing wolves were one of those mysteries. Nobody was ever harmed, nothing dangerous ever occurred. The animals never approached people, they never attacked livestock, they never behaved aggressively. They simply appeared for a few weeks during one winter, walked across a handful of ridgelines under the moonlight, and then vanished back into the Appalachian forest. The 4th story happened during a search that honestly wasn't particularly unusual, at least not at first. An elderly man in his 70s had gone missing after leaving a campground near the state line. He wasn't suffering from dementia or any known medical condition. According to his family, he simply enjoyed hiking and often spent time exploring the woods on his own. The problem was that he failed to return when he said he would. After about 24 hours without contact, a search operation was organized. By that point, I'd been working search and rescue for well over a decade, and I'd participated in enough missing persons cases to know that the first day is usually the most important. If someone is lost, injured, or unable to move, every hour matters. Well, we spent the entire morning searching trails, old logging roads, creek beds, and several ridges near the campground. Nothing. No signs that the missing man had passed through the area. By late afternoon, several search teams had begun expanding farther into the surrounding forest. I was assigned to work a section of terrain roughly 2 miles from the campground, along with another volunteer named Gordon Bryant. The area was heavily wooded and relatively steep, with large rock formations scattered throughout the hillside. Most of our time was spent moving slowly through the trees while looking for anything that seemed out of place. The search continued that way for several hours, and then just before sunset, I heard something. At first I thought it was another search team using a portable radio. The sound was faint, so faint that I almost ignored it. But after a few moments, I realized it wasn't coming from a modern radio at all. It sounded like an actual broadcast. Music, voices, static. The sort of thing you would expect from an old AM radio station. I stopped walking and listened. Gordon heard it too. "You hear that?" he asked. I nodded. The sounds seemed to be coming from farther down the slope. We assumed someone had left a radio in the woods, maybe a hunter or a camper. Either way, we headed toward it. The signal became stronger as we approached. The strange thing wasn't the radio itself. It was what it was playing. At first I couldn't place it, and then I started recognizing certain details. The music, the advertisements, the voices. Something about it felt very familiar. We eventually found the source sitting beside a fallen tree, and it was an old portable radio, the kind people used decades ago. The casing was scratched and weathered, but it appeared mostly intact. The speaker was still working. The broadcast was coming through clearly. I picked the radio up and listened, and that's when I started getting a strange feeling, because I recognized what I was hearing. I was born in the early 1980s. When I was growing up, my father listened to talk radio constantly. Every evening it seemed like there was some old radio show playing somewhere in the house, whether I wanted to hear it or not. As I stood there in the woods, I realized I was listening to one of those same programs. Not a modern replay or a podcast, the actual broadcast. Or at least what sounded like the actual broadcast. The advertisements were from the 1990s, the news stories from then, the sports scores being discussed were from the 1990s. Everything sounded exactly like something that would have been airing when I was a kid. I remember looking at Gordon and laughing, not because it was funny, but because it was weird. Really weird. And he agreed. For several minutes, we just stood there listening. The hosts were discussing current events as though they were happening in real time. The advertisements referenced products and businesses that either no longer existed or hadn't used those commercials in decades. It sounded like somebody had somehow tuned into the past. Obviously, that wasn't possible. Still, it was difficult to ignore how strange it felt. Well, eventually we resumed searching. I carried the radio with me while we continued working our assigned area. The broadcast never stopped. The signal remained surprisingly clear. Several times, I adjusted the tuning dial to see if I could identify a station. Nothing happened. The program continued exactly as before, no matter where the dial was positioned. I couldn't explain that. As darkness approached, our team received instructions to return to the command post. The missing man still hadn't been found. Gordon and I began making our way back through the forest. The radio continued playing the entire time. Music, commercials, talk shows, everything sounding like it comes straight out of the 90s. I remember hearing an advertisement that I hadn't heard since high school, an ad I was completely certain had disappeared decades ago. By the time we reached the command post, it was fully dark. Vehicles were parked throughout a clearing near the road. Generators were running. Search coordinators were updating maps. The operation looked exactly as it had all day. Nothing unusual or mysterious. I stepped into the edge of the clearing, and the radio immediately died. Not faded or crackled or weakened, it just stopped. 1 second it was broadcasting, the next second there was silence. The radio never produced another sound. Not that night, not the following day, not ever. We eventually brought it back to headquarters and examined it more closely. And nobody found anything remarkable. No hidden recording device, no obvious explanation. Just an old radio that no longer worked. As for the missing man, well, we eventually located him 2 days later. He'd suffered a minor injury and become stranded in a remote section of forest. Fortunately, he survived. The search ended successfully. The radio didn't. To this day, I still don't know what was happening out there. Maybe it'd been some kind of pre-recorded audio. Maybe there was a technical explanation I simply didn't understand. Maybe there was a station somewhere rebroadcasting old programs. All of those explanations sound reasonable. What I can't explain is why the radio worked perfectly for hours
in the middle of the mountains, and then went completely silent the moment I walked back into camp. Maybe it was a coincidence. Honestly, it probably was. But every now and then, I still think about that old radio sitting beside that fallen tree, playing voices from 30 years ago in the middle of the Appalachian wilderness. The final story for tonight happened about 6 years ago. And out of everything I've talked about so far, it makes me the most uncomfortable. I've searched abandoned buildings before. Hundreds of them. Old cabins, collapsed barns, mining structures, shacks hidden deep in the woods. Most of them are exactly what you'd expect. Empty, dirty, fallen apart. This place was different. The call came in during early autumn. A 9-year-old boy had gone missing from a campground located near a mountain ridge several miles from the nearest town. According to his parents, he'd wandered away sometime during the afternoon while they were setting up camp. When they realized he was gone, they searched for nearly an hour before contacting authorities. By the time our team arrived, daylight was already beginning to fade. The boy's name was Ethan. He had no history of running away, no medical issues, no reason to intentionally leave the campground. The assumption was that he'd simply wandered off and become lost. Cases like that happen more often than people realize. Children get distracted. They chase animals, they follow trails. Sometimes they don't realize how far they've traveled until it's too late. The initial search focused on the area surrounding the campground. Teams spread out across nearby trails and forest roads. Volunteers searched creek beds and wooded sections surrounding the ridge. For the first several hours, we found absolutely nothing. No footprints or discarded clothing. No signs of where Ethan might have gone. As darkness settled in, we transitioned into a nighttime search operation. Additional personnel arrived. More equipment was brought in. The search continued through the night. Around sunrise the following morning, one of the volunteers discovered something interesting. A small section of disturbed vegetation near an overgrown path. The path wasn't marked on any modern maps. It appeared to be extremely old, possibly an abandoned access road that hadn't been used in decades. The trail climbed toward the highest section of the ridge, and a team was assembled to follow it. I was assigned to that group, along with Linda Harper and Gordon Bryant. The three of us started up the trail shortly after 8 in the morning. The climb took nearly an hour. The higher we went, the stranger the area became. The forest grew thicker. The path became narrower. In several places, fallen trees had partially blocked the route. It honestly didn't seem like somewhere anyone would choose to visit, especially a child. And then we saw the house. It sat near the very top of the ridge, overlooking miles of forest. At one point, it'd probably been beautiful. Now it looked abandoned. The structure was old enough that portions of the roof had started sagging inward. Several windows were broken. The paint had almost completely peeled away. What immediately caught my attention wasn't the condition of the building. It was the wind chimes. There were dozens and dozens of them, maybe more. They hung from the porch, from nearby trees, from hooks attached beneath the roof. Some appeared fairly normal, others did not. Several looked homemade, twisted pieces of metal tied together with wire. Odd shapes cut from rusted sheets of steel, objects hanging upside down from string. None of them matched, none of them looked decorative. The entire property felt, and I know this sounds crazy, but the entire property felt evil. I know that's a vague description, but it's the best one I can give. I have spent most of my adult life searching isolated places, and something about that house immediately made me very uneasy. Apparently, I wasn't the only one. Linda looked at the structure for several seconds before speaking. "You guys getting a weird feeling from this place?" "Yeah," Gordon replied. I agreed. The house sat completely silent, except for the movement of the wind chimes. No vehicles or smoke, no signs of recent activity. Still, because a child was missing nearby, we had no choice but to investigate. We approached the front door and knocked several times. No answer. Linda called out, "Hello?" Nothing. Gordon walked around one side of the house while I checked the other, and every window I looked through showed the same thing. Dust, old furniture, dark rooms. No people or movement. Eventually, we regrouped near the front entrance. The door wasn't locked, and because of the missing child, we made the decision to enter. The interior looked even older than the outside. Dust covered nearly every surface. Several rooms contained furniture that appeared decades out of date. A grandfather clock stood against one wall. Bookshelves filled with deteriorating books lined another. In some places, it honestly looked as though somebody had simply walked away and never returned. The strange decorations continued throughout the house. Symbols had been carved into portions of the woodwork. Most were simply geometric shapes, circles, lines, patterns. I couldn't identify any of them. To be fair, they may have meant absolutely nothing. People carve strange things into wood all the time. Still, combined with everything else, they added to the atmosphere. We spent nearly 20 minutes searching the structure, and nothing. No sign of Ethan, no indication anybody currently lived there. Eventually, we concluded the house probably had no connection to the disappearance, and we began preparing to leave. And then I noticed movement. At first, I thought I imagined it. Just a brief flicker near one side of the building. I stopped walking and looked back. There it was again. A shape moving behind a dirty window near ground level. A cellar window. I immediately called Linda and Gordon over. All three of us approached the side of the house. The window was partially covered in dirt and grime, but there was definitely something moving inside. For a moment, I thought it might be an animal. And then I saw a face. A child's face. I don't think any of us waited more than a second. We rushed down the cellar entrance and forced the old door open. The basement was dark and smelled strongly of mildew. Flashlights came out immediately. We moved down the stairs, and the room wasn't especially big. Maybe, 20 feet across. Old shelves lined the walls. Boxes sat stacked in corners. And near the back of the room, curled beside a support beam, was Ethan. Alive, scared, and completely confused. Well, the relief all three of us felt in that moment, it's difficult to describe. After nearly a full day of searching, we had finally found him. The strange part came afterward. Once we got him outside and started asking questions, Ethan couldn't explain how he'd gotten there. Not just parts of it, any of it. He remembered being at the campground, walking into the woods. After that, almost nothing. He didn't know how he reached the ridge. He didn't know how he entered the house. He didn't know how long he'd been inside the cellar. According to medical personnel, he was dehydrated and exhausted, but otherwise healthy. No evidence suggested anybody had harmed him. No evidence suggested anybody had ever been in the house recently. And that should have been the end of the story. In many ways it was. Ethan was reunited with his family. The search ended successfully, and everyone went home. But the house continued bothering me. Over the following months, I occasionally asked questions about it. Who owned it? Who had lived there? Why had it been abandoned? And the answers were surprisingly difficult to find. Property records existed, but they were incomplete. Ownership appeared to have changed multiple times over the years. Nobody seemed to know much about its history. Nobody seemed particularly interested in preserving it either. Roughly a year later, I learned the county had condemned the structure, and shortly afterward it was demolished. Today there is very little of it left, just fragments of foundation hidden beneath brush and trees. Now maybe there was a perfectly normal explanation for everything. Maybe Ethan wandered inside while lost and simply couldn't remember the details afterward. Children sometimes forget things after stressful events. But even now, years later, I still remember standing in front of that house for the first time. I remember those strange wind chimes hanging from the trees. I remember the carved symbols. I remember the silence. And I remember the feeling I got the moment I stepped through the front door. I've searched a lot of places throughout Appalachia. Most of them feel abandoned. That house didn't. That house felt occupied by something bad. Well, those are some of the strangest cases I've encountered during my years working search and rescue in Appalachia. Looking back on them now, I don't think any of these stories prove anything supernatural. I don't know that there's vampires living in caves, glowing wolves roaming the ridgelines, or radio somehow broadcasting signals from the past. Most of the people I've worked with over the years, they'd probably tell you the same thing. The problem is that having a reasonable explanation and having the correct explanation aren't always the same thing. In search and rescue, our job is usually to find answers. We locate the missing person. We determine where they went. We identify what happened and how it happened. Most cases eventually reach a point where all the pieces fit together. These didn't. A young couple vanished after leaving behind a trail of blood that ended at the edge of a cliff. A series of unexplained animal deaths were linked to sightings nobody could verify. Multiple groups of witnesses reported seeing wolves that appeared almost luminous beneath the moonlight. An old radio played broadcasts from my childhood before going silent forever. And a missing child somehow ended up inside an abandoned house at the top of a mountain ridge without any memory of how he got there. Maybe every one of those stories has a perfectly ordinary explanation. Honestly, I hope they do. I've spent enough time in the mountains to know that nature creates mysteries all by itself. Distance distorts things. Darkness hides details. People misremember events. Fear changes perception, and sometimes a collection of small coincidences can look a lot stranger than it really is. But every once in a while, you come across something that doesn't fit neatly into a report, and no matter how many years pass, you still find yourself thinking about it. And that's what these stories became for me. Not proof, just unexplained questions. The mountains are full of them. Most people think of Appalachia as a place of forests, rivers, trails, and small towns tucked between ridges. And most of the time, that's exactly what it is. Families live here. People work here. Kids grow up here. Life goes on exactly the way it always has. But it's also a place with thousands of square miles of wilderness, countless caves, forgotten roads, abandoned structures, and stretches of forest where a person can walk for hours without seeing another human being. There are places out there that few people ever visit. And there are stories that never receive an explanation.
The first time I watched a bull elk collapse from a broken leg in Lamar Valley, there were 100 tourists 10 yards away with cameras in their hands. The animal had stopped wrong in a shallow rut during a sparring run. One miscalculation. The leg snapped clean. The sound carried farther than people expected. For a few seconds, nobody moved. And then the phones came up. I was there on a routine patrol assignment, still new to Yellowstone. Still learning how quickly something ordinary can turn permanent out here. The elk tried to stand twice, failed both times. The herd moved on without him. By sunset, predators had already circled back. That was my first lesson in Yellowstone. The park doesn't pause because something went wrong. My name is Peter Wins, and I've worked search and rescue here for 14 years, long enough to stop reacting to beauty. Long enough to see structure beneath the scenery. People think of Yellowstone as landmarks, old faithful erupting on schedule, the bright layered terraces at Mammoth Hot Springs, the surreal color of grand prismatic spring, the roar of the lower falls crashing into the canyon. Those places are real. They're also controlled, managed.
bordered by railings and boardwalks and signs written in clear language. The rest of the park stretches far beyond that vision. North of Canyon Village, the timber closes in thick enough that noon light turns flat and gray. Near Norris Geyser Basin, the ground steams in quiet vents that don't announce how deep the heat runs. The ridgelines around Mount Washburn take wind from 3 directions at once and send it back down the slopes in unpredictable bursts. Yellowstone covers over 2 million acres. That scale matters. Terrain changes quickly. Elevation shifts your breathing. Weather arrives earlier than forecast. Distance looks manageable until you account for grade. Search and rescue exist inside those margins. I didn't take this job because I wanted stories. I grew up in Montana. My father worked seasonal trail crews during the summers. I learned to read cloud buildup before I learned to drive. After serving in the Army, I came back with a preference for clear systems. Yellowstone is one, even if it doesn't advertise itself that way. There are rules here. Cold water steals body heat fast, especially in the Yellowstone River near Fishing Bridge during runoff. Thermal crust near the edges of some basins will collapse without warning if you step off marked ground. A 10-mile hike in Hayden Valley under sun and wind demands more water than most visitors carry. If you respect those rules, you can predict most outcomes. When dispatch calls in a missing hiker, Marty Singh gives us the details in the same measured tone every time. Last known coordinates, clothing description, experience level, time overdue. We confirm, we map, we assign sectors. Rena Caldwell checks gear before we move. She counts carabiners without being asked. She studies the terrain overlay longer than most. If aviation's required, Wes Harlan clears airspace and checks wind drift over ridges. He knows which canyon walls create turbulence before you ever see the rotor spin. Most missions follow a pattern. Separation at a junction, underestimated distance on a switchback, dehydration, a twisted ankle near inspiration point. A solo backpacker overdue near the waterfalls. We move, we locate, we extract. That's the rhythm. Yellowstone, for all its size, behaves predictably most of the time. You learn how long it takes to move a mile in lodgepole pine versus open meadow. You learn how your radio signals carry along the canyon rim versus down in the timber. You learn where GPS loses strength near thermal interference and where it locks in clean. Experience sharpens your internal measurements. After enough years, you know when your body has climbed 800 feet versus 600. You know when 40 pounds of gear should have slowed you more than it did. You know when a ridge should appear in your line of sight based on map and pace. That calibration keeps you alive. It also means you notice when something shifts. There are areas in this park where the spacing between landmarks feels tighter than it measures on paper. Corridors of timber where sound carries in ways that don't match the density of the trees. Stretches of trail near certain basin edges where wind behaves inconsistently with the open sky above. None of that appears on brochures. Visitors move from Mammoth to Old Faithful to the Grand Canyon of the Yellowstone and believe they've seen it all. They haven't stepped into the longer miles beyond the maintained loops. They haven't felt how quiet it becomes near the backcountry stretches north of Tower Fall after the day traffic fades. Yellowstone doesn't announce how big it is. It lets you misjudge it. And it doesn't announce its strangeness either. The first few years I worked here, I focused entirely on procedure. Map, pace, weather, equipment. If something felt off, I checked batteries, rechecked coordinates, adjusted for terrain. Most irregularities resolve that way. But after a decade, you build a deeper familiarity with the park. You recognize how the sun drops behind the range. You anticipate how long the canyon shadow takes to reach the river. You know how long it should take to cross a meadow with steady footing and moderate wind. When those expectations fail to line up, it stands out.
Yellowstone is stable enough that deviation becomes obvious to anyone who's spent enough time inside it. There are specific ridgelines and timber corridors where I've seen that deviation more than once. Specific creek bends and basin edges where radio behavior changes in subtle but measurable ways. Specific stretches where distance compresses or expands against the clock you're wearing. The park doesn't look different in those places. Doesn't sound different, but the math shifts. And in search and rescue, when the math shifts, you pay attention. Because the only thing more dangerous than weather or wildlife in Yellowstone is assuming the terrain will behave exactly the way it did yesterday. It won't. And the first time that difference mattered, it began with a call that should have been routine. The call came in just after noon. Clear skies over Canyon Valley. Light wind out of the west. 68 degrees and dry. The kind of day that fills every pullout and clogs every trailhead by 10 in the morning. Marty's voice came through, steady as always.
14-year-old male, separated from family near the junction between Ribbon Lake Trail and the main loop. Last visual was approximately 45 minutes ago. Phone pinged twice. Signal weak, but active.
Teenagers get turned around fast in timber. They move quicker than adults, and they're more likely to keep walking instead of stopping. Rena and I staged at the trailhead within 20 minutes. The parents were there, mother pale, father trying to answer questions clearly. The boy's name was Tyler. Blue windbreaker, gray hiking shoes, small day pack with 1 bottle of water. Did he cross the creek? I asked.
No, the father said immediately. He was right behind us. We stopped at the junction sign, and he wasn't there when we turned back.
The creek ran shallow this time of year, but cold. Crossing it would mean wet boots. Wet boots meant slowed movement. Slowed movement meant we'd find him quicker. We marked the last known point at the junction sign. Clean dirt, heavy foot traffic, nothing useful. Rena took the east sector. I took west for 50 yards, then cut back. Standard, expanding search. About 20 minutes in, Rena called out, "Peter!" I crossed to her position. Fresh boot prints in soft soil, smaller size, deep enough to be recent. The tread pattern matched what the father described, gray hiking shoes with a triangular lug pattern. The prints were on the far side of the creek. No scuffing on the near bank, no clear slide marks down the mud. Parents said he didn't cross, Rena said.
Parents don't always know, I replied.
We crossed. The water came just over the ankle, cold enough to sting through fabric. On the far bank, the prints were clear, even spacing, straight line, no erratic pivots like someone panicking. He'd moved calmly. We called it in. Marty logged our direction change.
Phone just attempted another ping,
Marty said.
Weak. Approximately 300 yards northeast of your current position.
That aligned with the direction of the tracks. We followed. The prints kept steady through timber. They avoided deadfall naturally, as if Tyler had adjusted his path deliberately instead of wandering. At one point, they curved slightly around a shallow dip, then returned to the original heading. Logical movement, no backtracking. After 10 minutes, Marty's voice cut back in.
Parents received a voicemail from Tyler's phone. Time-stamped 1 minute ago.
What did it say? I asked.
Short message, I'm back at the sign,
he replied. Rena and I stopped walking. The junction sign was behind us. We'd left it nearly 40 minutes ago. Parents confirmed Tyler hadn't returned. Ping location? I asked.
Still northeast of you, moving slowly.
We kept following the tracks. Another 100 yards.
The timber thinned slightly. Sunlight filtered through. We saw him before he saw us. Tyler was sitting against a fallen tree, knees pulled up, blue windbreaker zipped to his chin. He looked tired but alert. "Tyler," I called. He turned fast. Relief hit his face immediately. We approached slowly, and no visible injuries, no signs of hypothermia, beyond mild shivering. "Did you cross the creek?" I asked while Rena checked his pulse and hands. He shook his head. "No." "Well, we found your prints across it." "I didn't cross anything." "Did you call your mom?" "I tried earlier, but it wouldn't connect." "She got a voicemail just now." He frowned. I didn't leave one." Well, stress scrambles memory, I thought. That happens. We wrapped him in a thermal layer and started moving back. As we walked, I glanced at the ground. Our tracks were clear in the soil, fresh. Tyler's earlier prints ran straight back toward the creek. At the waterline, we paused. There were our inbound tracks. There were Tyler's outbound tracks. On both sides of the creek. I looked at Rena, and she looked at the bank carefully. There was no slide mark where he would have entered. No disturbed mud on the near side from a first crossing. Only the clean pattern of prints already established on the far bank when we arrived. We crossed again with him. Back of the junction sign, the parents ran to him. Tears, hugging, overlapping voices. Marty logged recovery time. And standard debrief followed. I asked Tyler once more about the creek. "I saw your lights in the trees," he said casually. "It's daylight," I said. "Yeah, I know, but I saw him before you called out. I thought you were behind me." We hadn't deployed headlamps. None were active, I thought. People misperceive under stress. Light filtering through timber can reflect unpredictably. We wrote the report clearly. Subject located alive. No major injury. Movement inconsistent with subject recollection. Phone irregularities, likely signal delay. The official explanation was simple. Confusion, delayed voicemail, stress memory gaps, overlapping foot traffic misread. Every piece of it had a rational option. But the spacing of those prints, clear, forward-moving, already established across the creek before our boots entered the water, they stayed in my mind. Not because it frightened me, but because things didn't line up. And in this job, that matters. The hill above Hayden Valley. The call came in at 9:47 p.m. Group of hikers overdue near the ridge line above Hayden Valley. 12 names on the backcountry permit. They were supposed to be down before dark. No checkout at the trailhead. Weather was stable. Clear sky, thin crescent moon, wind low but steady along the ridge. Night searches change the equation. Depth perception drops. Sound carries differently. You move slower because footing matters more than speed. Rena and I staged with 2 additional team members and began the ascent. The trail up that hill is gradual at first, then steep for the last quarter mile, gravel over hard dirt, loose rock near the crest. About halfway up, we heard it. A low buzzing sound. Not mechanical in the way a generator hums, not sharp like a drone. It had a layered quality, like multiple tones sitting on top of each other. It carried down the slope in steady waves. Rena stopped walking. "You hear that?" "Yeah," I said. We scanned the sky. Clear, stars visible, no aircraft strobes, no rotor sound. The buzzing didn't rise or fall with wind. It stayed constant. We continued climbing. As we neared the crest, we saw silhouettes against the sky. All 12 hikers were standing at the top of the hill. They weren't moving or talking. They were all looking straight up. Every one of them. We closed the distance quickly. "Park service," I called out. "You need to come down." No reaction. They were positioned close to the edge, near a steep drop that fell toward the valley. One misstep in the dark, and somebody could have gone over. The buzzing grew louder near the top. It vibrated faintly in my chest, not painful, but present. I stepped up beside the nearest hiker, a woman in her 30s. Her face was tilted skyward, eyes wide open, unblinking. "What are you looking at?" I asked. She didn't answer. I followed her line of sight. Directly above the ridge, maybe a few hundred feet up, something hovered. It wasn't shaped like any aircraft I recognized. There were no blinking navigation lights, no beam projecting downward. It looked like a dark, flattened oval against the stars. Edges indistinct, but clearly defined against the sky. It held position exactly, without any drift. The buzzing intensified slightly. Rena stepped beside me. "You seeing this?" "Yeah," I said again. None of the hikers reacted to our voices. They stood shoulder to shoulder, just staring up. A few had their hands slightly raised, palms forward. No reaching, just lifted. I keyed my radio. "Marty, we have visual on subjects. They're stationary at the ridge crest and we need assistance." The buzzing interfered with the transmission. Static bled into the channel.
Repeat.
Marty's voice cut in, then broke apart. I tried again. The object shifted slightly to the left. No acceleration or visible propulsion. It simply repositioned. The hikers took a half step forward as a group, toward the edge. And that snapped me out of watching. "We gotta pull them back," I said to Rena. And we moved fast. I grabbed the nearest man by his backpack straps and I yanked him backward. He resisted weakly, not actively fighting, just stiff. Rena hooked an arm around the woman beside her and dragged her down to a seated position. The buzzing spiked for a second, louder and sharper, then dropped back to its steady tone. "Down," I said to the others. "Sit down." One of our team members reached the crest and began physically guiding two hikers away from the edge. It took effort. They were responsive, but delayed, like they were waking from deep sleep. The object above us rose slightly, no tilt or visible thrust. It climbed straight up. As it gained altitude, the buzzing softened, and within seconds, it was higher than the surrounding ridgelines. Then it moved laterally at a speed that didn't match conventional aircraft. Smooth and fast, no sound change. It disappeared against the star field, and the buzzing stopped instantly. Complete silence followed. Wind resumed its normal tone through the grass. The hikers blinked almost in unison. The woman Rena had pulled down looked around, confused. "What happened?" she asked. "You were standing at the edge," I said. She looked over her shoulder at the drop and went pale. "We were watching it," one of the men said slowly. "It came over the valley." "Watching what, exactly?" I asked. He pointed upward. "The light." "There was no light," Rena said. He frowned. "It was right there." Another hiker spoke up. It was humming." "Do you remember walking up here?" I asked. They nodded. "Do you remember standing this close to the edge?" They all looked down at the drop. Several shook their heads. One woman started crying quietly. We moved them downhill immediately. No debate or delay. Radio communication normalized halfway down the slope. Marty's voice came through clear.
"Lost your transmission for 30 seconds. Repeat status."
"Subjects located," I said. "All ambulatory. Descending now. At base, statements were taken. Descriptions varied slightly, but all 12 agreed on key points. A dark shape above the ridge, a humming sound, a feeling of being drawn upward. No one remembered us arriving until we physically grabbed them. We filed the report carefully. Unidentified aerial object observed. Audible buzzing interference. Subjects disoriented at ridge edge. No injuries. County officials followed up. Air traffic control confirmed no scheduled flights in that sector at the time. No drones registered. No military exercises. The hikers were interviewed separately. Stories aligned too closely to dismiss as suggestion. Word spread quickly. Local news picked it up. Strange lights in Yellowstone. Most people laughed it off. Weather balloon, drone prank, mass suggestion. But nobody could explain the radio interference. Nobody could explain why 12 people stood motionless at the edge of a dark drop, unresponsive to voices, until physically pulled away. Rena and I were asked if we believed it was extraterrestrial. We didn't answer that question. We described what we saw, we described the sound, we described the movement. After that night, I added the hill above Hayden Valley to the list of places I pay closer attention to. Not because of speculation, but because for 30 seconds on a clear night, 12 people stopped responding to their surroundings and stared at something that did not behave like any aircraft I've ever seen. And if we'd arrived just, a minute later, I think at least one of them would have stepped forward. The missing minutes on the switchbacks. The call came in mid-afternoon. Solo hiker overdue on the Mount Washburn Trail. Female, early 30s, experienced. Signed out at 9:10 a.m., planned to summit and return by 1 p.m. Her car was still on the lot at 4:25. Weather was steady but thinning. High clouds moving in from the west. Wind picking up along exposed sections. Mount Washburn isn't technical, but it's exposed. The switchbacks climb gradually, then tighten near the summit. You can see long stretches of trail from below, which makes it easier to search visually. Rena and I staged at 4:50. We've timed that ascent in training. With gear, moderate pace, takes 50 to 60 minutes to reach the fire lookout tower at the top. Descent is quicker, about 40 if footing is good. We moved at standard search pace, not jogging, not pushing. First switchback marker, 8 minutes. Second, 16. Breathing matched the grade, leg steady, nothing unusual. We hit the third marker. I checked my watch. 21 minutes. That was fast. I looked up the slope. The next two switchbacks were visible. We should have been closer to 30 minutes at this point.
Feels quick, I said.
Rena glanced at her watch. Yeah. We didn't speed up. We continued climbing. The overlook section near the summit should have taken another 25 minutes from where we stood. We reached it in 12. I stopped. Rena stopped beside me. We both checked our watches again. 33 minutes total since leaving the trailhead. That wasn't possible at our pace with full packs. You running? She asked. No. You feel like you're running.
No.
We turned and looked back down the slope. The trail snaked below exactly as it always did. Same terrain and elevation markers. I keyed my radio. Hey Marty, confirm departure time from trailhead.
Logged 16:52.
Marty replied. Confirm current time.
17:17.
I looked at my watch. 17:24. Say that again, I said.
17:17.
Rena held up her watch.
1725. Yeah, Marty, our watches read 1725. Pause.
Yeah, that's not possible.
Marty said.
Your last check-in was at 1712.
We haven't checked in since departure, I said. Another pause.
I have you checking in at 1712 near marker 3.
Rena and I stared at each other. We didn't transmit at marker 3, she said. Marty replayed the log. Our voices came through clearly.
Unit 2 at marker 3, continuing ascent. The timestamp, 1712.
We were still physically climbing at that moment. I felt the slope beneath my boots, the wind against my jacket, and the disconnect between what my body had done and what the log recorded. Copy, I said slowly. We're at the overlook now.
Logged,
Marty replied. The missing hiker was visible from the overlook. She was sitting on a rock near a stunted pine about 50 yards off trail. Alive, thank God, and upright. We moved toward her. She looked up as we approached. You guys just passed me, she said. No, Rena said, we're just arriving. No, you walked by, the woman insisted. I waved, but you didn't stop. What time was that? I asked. 10 minutes ago, maybe 15. We checked her vitals. Slight dehydration, mild confusion, no injury. What happened? I asked. I kept passing the same bend in the trail, she said. I thought I was descending, but the fire tower kept appearing again. How long were you up here? Rena asked. She frowned. Oh, I don't know, an hour, maybe 2? Her phone showed her last summit photo, taken at 10:48 a.m. Her step counter indicated she had walked over 22,000 steps since then. That number suggested far more movement than the trail length would account for. We began descent together. Halfway down, I checked my watch again. 17:41. Time, I asked Rena. 17:42. I keyed Marty. Current time.
17:35.
He said. 7-minute difference. Confirm your system clock, I said.
Copy. Synced with NPS server at 1600.
He replied.
No drift detected.
We continued descending. The trail felt normal. Distance felt appropriate. We watched the trailhead. I looked at my watch. 18:03. Marty's log showed our arrival at 17:56. 7 minutes ago. Back at base, we cross-checked devices. Rena's watch and mine matched exactly. Both were 7 minutes ahead of dispatch. We checked them against an external reference clock. They were correct. Marty's system showed no error. The recorded audio of our 1712 check-in was clean. Our voices clear. Time-stamped. We had no memory of transmitting. The hiker's statement matched her timeline internally. She believed she'd been moving continuously for hours, yet her physical fatigue did not align with that level of exertion. We filed the report carefully. Subject located alive. Disorientation likely due to fatigue and mild dehydration. Device timing discrepancy noted. Radio log irregularity under review. Equipment test showed no malfunction. GPS tracks showed our ascent as a clean line following the switchbacks. Distance logged, normal. Elapsed time according to dispatch, normal. Elapsed time according to our watches and our physical perception, shortened on ascent, ascended on descent. 7 minutes missing in one direction, 7 minutes gained in the other. Rena and I went back to the overlook 2 weeks later during a routine patrol.
Clear sky, no search in progress. And we timed the ascent again. 56 minutes. Exactly where it should be. We checked in at marker 3. Marty logged it at the same time our watches showed. No discrepancy. The trail looked the same. The wind felt the same. Nothing about Mount Washburn suggested irregularity. But that afternoon, on a measured climb we both know well, we reached the summit 20 minutes faster than we should have without increasing pace. And our voices checked in from a position that we had not reached yet. The missing minutes never appeared. They remain in the log, time-stamped, recorded, and unaccounted for. The white line on the ridge. The call came in just after 11 a.m. 2 adult hikers, late 20s, overdue on a ridge run east of the Yellowstone River. They'd planned a loop that crossed an exposed spine above timberline and dropped back down near marked drainage. Clear forecast. No storms predicted. Light wind. Visibility unlimited. They hadn't checked out by their planned return time, and a friend waiting at the trailhead had grown uneasy. Rena and I staged within 40 minutes. Midday light was sharp. The sky was clean blue. You could see miles in every direction from the lower approach. The ridge above us cut a narrow line against the horizon. Nothing about the weather suggested trouble. We began the ascent at a steady pace. Open meadow at first, then scrub pine, then rock and thin soil as the slope steepened. About an hour in, we reached the shoulder below the ridge crest. And that's when we saw it. Across the top of the ridge, stretching left to right as far as we could see, was a wall of white. Not fog drifting in, not cloud lowering. A defined line. On our side of the line, the air was clear, blue sky overhead, sunlight sharp on the rocks. Beyond the line, everything was white. No detail, no depth. It looked like someone had drawn a boundary across the ridge and filled the far side with milk. Rena stopped beside me. Wind on our side moved normally, steady and predictable. The white mass beyond the ridge didn't move. It didn't roll or swirl. It just held. We approached cautiously. The boundary wasn't gradual. It was abrupt. At roughly 10 yards from the line, the air felt much cooler. I extended a trekking pole into it. The tip disappeared instantly into white. Pulled it back and clear again. We keyed the radio. Marty, confirm weather in our sector?
Clear skies,
He began.
no precipitation within 50 miles.
Yeah, so you seen any cloud formations over the ridge east of our position?
Negative.
We stepped forward together, and crossing that line felt like stepping into dense smoke. Visibility dropped to less than 5 feet. Sound dampened immediately. The wind that had been steady on our backs vanished. It wasn't replaced with calm. It just stopped. I could hear my own breathing louder than anything else. "Rena?" I said. "I'm here." And then snow began falling. Not from above, I don't think. It was like it appeared in the air around us. Fine flakes forming and dropping at ground level, settling instantly onto rock and scrub. I looked up. Above the white ceiling, the sky was still blue. Snow was forming beneath clear sky. Within seconds, a thin layer coated the ground at our boots. "Mark the boundary," Rena said. And I tied a strip of orange tape to a scrub branch just inside the clear air, and another a few feet into the white. We stepped back into the clear side. Sunlight, wind, no snow. The tape inside the white blurred from view.
We circled left along the ridge, staying on the clear side. The white mass extended as far as we could see. It wasn't drifting downhill or rising upward, it just held its line. "We can't wait," I began. "They could be in there." And we re-entered. This time we moved deliberately. Compass out, short steps, physical contact maintained. Footprints behind us vanished quickly. Snow accumulated faster than it should have. "Mark every 10 yards, Rena said. We tied tape to low branches as we moved. The snow underfoot felt different. It wasn't powder. It compacted too easily and filled back in too fast. After roughly 200 yards, measured by pacing, we saw silhouettes ahead. 2 figures standing near a small cluster of rocks. They weren't moving. We closed distance. Both hikers were upright, facing the same way. "Park Service," I called. They turned slowly, the faces pale but alert. "You found it too," one of them began. "We followed the tracks." "What tracks?" I asked. There was a set of footprints ahead of us. We thought someone else was on the ridge," they said. I scanned the ground. Snow covered everything. "No other teams are out here," I said. "There were prints," the first hiker said. "We kept following them. They were just ahead, and every time we caught up, they went farther." "How long have you been in this?" Rena asked. They looked at each other. "An hour?" one guessed. I checked my watch. We'd crossed the boundary less than 15 minutes earlier. "Any injuries?" I asked. They shook their heads. "Cold?" "A little." We began immediate extraction, and as we moved back toward our marked path, the buzzing absence of wind remained constant. The snow continued forming around us. Tape markers appeared and disappeared within seconds as accumulation thickened. When we reached the boundary, it was still exactly where we'd first seen it. We stepped through, and it was clear air, full sunlight. Wind resumed instantly. The snow on our jackets melted rapidly. Behind us, the white wall remained fixed in place. Within 30 seconds, the white mass began thinning. Not drifting, but dissolving. The line lost its sharp edge and faded like breath on glass. Within a minute, the ridge beyond was visible again. No snow, dry rock, blue sky overhead. We turned back. The area where the white hound had been showed no trace of moisture or frost. No residual snow, no fog bank rolling off. Just clear air. Well, we escorted the hikers down, and during debrief, they both described the same thing. A defined white wall appearing ahead of them on the ridge, a line of footprints leading into it. They followed, and the prints stayed just out of reach. They believed they'd walked for at least an hour inside it. Weather records later confirmed 0 precipitation in that sector. Satellite imagery showed clear sky. No cloud formation or cell storm or anomaly. Well, we returned to that ridge 2 weeks later during routine patrol. Bright sky, normal wind, clear visibility, no sign of the boundary. No evidence snow had ever formed there. The ridge still looks the same from below, sharp against the horizon, unremarkable. But I don't approach it casually anymore. Now there's one night I don't log in the system. Wasn't a rescue. No call came in. No coordinates were assigned. It happened on a routine patrol, and if I wrote it down the way it unfolded, it would sit in the archive with no category to file under. It was late October. The park had thinned out, most seasonal traffic gone. Nights came earlier and colder. The air carried that dry edge before first snow. I was running a solo perimeter sweep, near a closed thermal corridor north of Canyon Village. People slip past barriers sometimes, teenagers mostly. The patrol was standard. Radio check at 2100, battery full, headlamp at low beam. The forest in that sector grows tight. Lodgepole pine packs close, trunks pale and straight. The ground is uneven but predictable. Roots, fallen needles, shallow dips. At night, everything narrows to the circle your light cuts in front of you. At 2118, I heard my name. Not shouted, not whispered. Spoken clearly from somewhere ahead and slightly right. I stopped moving. A woman's voice. Calm. I waited, listening for a second call. It came again, same tone and distance. I keyed my radio quietly and asked dispatch if anyone was in my sector. Negative. I stepped forward. If someone had slipped into a closed area after dark, they could be injured, disoriented, cold. My beam moved across the trunks, and then it found her. She stood between two pines, roughly 30 yards ahead, still facing me, arms down at her sides. I called out standard procedure, identify herself, ask if she needed assistance. No reply. She raised one hand slowly, not high, just enough to be visible in the light, and waved. It wasn't frantic or desperate. It was deliberate, slow side-to-side movement of her fingers and palm. I moved forward, careful with footing. 25 yards. The beam caught more detail. Long pale coat, not outdoor gear. The fabric hung straight without catching on brush. Her hair fell to her shoulders. She didn't shift her weight or look around, didn't react to the light in her eyes. She simply continued that slow wave. Now, people in distress behave unpredictably. They move, they call out, they ask questions, they show confusion. This woman did none of that. I closed distance again, 20 yards. Her face came fully into view. She was smiling. Her eyes were open wider than relaxed posture would suggest. They didn't blink under the beam. The air around us held steady at mid-30s. My breath showed with each exhale. Hers did not. Wind brushed the treetops above us. I heard it clearly. And her coat did not move. I took another step, 18 yards. Her hand kept waving. The smile deepened slightly as I approached. Every instinct I rely on in this job activated at once. This was wrong. The forest floor beneath her feet should have snapped twigs under weight. I heard nothing. Her shadow should have shifted with the angle of my headlamp. It remained strangely uniform. She took a step toward me. Her motion was smooth and measured, like someone sliding forward on rails. There was no sound, no adjustment for uneven ground. My pulse spiked. She spoke my name again, familiar in a way that reached somewhere deeper than recognition. And that was the moment my mind tried to reconcile what my eyes were seeing. The curve of her cheek, the line of her jaw, the way her head tilted slightly when she smiled. I knew that face, but I didn't say the name out loud. I stayed rooted for one more second, forcing myself to catalog details instead of reacting. Skin tone matched memory, hair color, small mark above the left eyebrow. She took another step forward, and the smile widened just enough to reveal teeth. I turned and I ran. Not controlled withdrawal or cautious repositioning, I ran full speed through timber. Branches struck my shoulders, Roots caught my stride. My radio bounced against my chest, but I didn't slow down and I didn't look back. I reached the service road and pivoted hard, sweeping the tree line with my beam. Nothing. Just trunks and shadow. No pale code or figure or movement. The forest stood exactly as it had before. Wind moved through it normally now. I keyed my radio and requested a vehicle pickup without elaboration. I kept my tone steady. I didn't report a threat. When I returned to base, Rena asked me what happened, and I didn't answer immediately. I went to my locker and sat down. I replayed the face in my mind carefully. I grew up in Montana. I knew that face from childhood photographs, from holidays, from hospital rooms. I'd watched it grow thin from chemotherapy. I'd stood beside it in a casket. Whatever it was in the tree line, it had looked exactly like my mother. But I knew it wasn't her. I knew whatever that thing was had been pretending. My mother had been dead for 16 years, and that wasn't her. If you work long enough in a place this large, you stop pretending it's only one thing. Yellowstone has waterfalls and families, and steam rising in clear morning light. It's elk moving through frost and bison crossing highways like they own them. It's laughter on boardwalks and the steady rhythm of boots on marked trails. But it's also something else. Sometimes you're halfway through a patrol and the forest goes quiet in a way that feels deliberate. Not natural quiet or the normal hush when wind drops. A kind of pressure that settles in your ears before you notice it's there. Sometimes you catch movement in your peripheral vision that doesn't match the direction of the trees. A figure between trunks that's gone when you turn your head fully toward it. Sometimes the radio carries a half-second of breath before a transmission that never comes. I've walked ridge lines at dusk and felt watched from angles that don't exist on the map. I've seen shapes standing at the edge of thermal steam that dissolve the moment you focus on them. I've found footprints in fresh dust that lead straight into open ground and then stop, with no turn and no backtrack. Most of it you explain. Wind, wildlife, fatigue. Your brain trying to complete patterns in low light. But not all of it. There are nights when the air feels occupied, when the dark between trees looks layered instead of flat, when a voice sounds close enough to touch and your training tells you not to respond. I don't romanticize it or label it. I log what I can measure and bring people home when I'm able. But I've learned something after 14 years inside these boundaries. You see all kinds of people in Yellowstone. Some of them are alive. Some of them are dead. And some of them are pretending to be people. Whatever you do out there after dark, make sure you know which is which.
So you're the detective, huh? Didn't think you'd actually show. Not that I blame you. This isn't exactly prime real estate for an investigation. Ash Pines Mall, middle of nowhere. Nothing but cracked pavement, dead storefronts, and a flickering open late sign that hasn't been true for years. Still, I get it. Kids go missing, rumors start flying, and eventually someone higher up decides it's time to stop ignoring the place. Took long enough. Most people just scroll past the videos, laugh, and move on. But you didn't. Alright then. I wasn't sure about this. Talking to a cop, detective, whatever, never sits right with me. But people are getting hurt, and it's tied to this place. I don't care what they call it online, a challenge, a game, some urban legend. It is real enough to me. And if someone's finally listening, maybe it's time I said something. I guess I should start at the beginning. My name is Sam, and I'm the night security guard here at Ash Pines. I've been working this job for almost 4 years now. The title makes it sound more official than it is. Really, I just walk laps through an empty building for 8 hours straight, make sure nobody breaks anything or dies in the stairwells. That's the job. I didn't grow up thinking this was where I'd end up. Used to be a forklift operator out near Weller Creek, back when the lumber yard was still open. Got laid off when they downsized, and after that it was just one short-term gig after another. Packing boxes, unloading trucks, hard work, but not the kind that really goes anywhere. Then one day, I saw an ad online. Night watchman needed. No experience required. That was it. No fancy company logo, just a number to call and an address that looked like it hadn't been updated since the early 2000s. Figured it was a scam or some kind of dead-end gig. But I didn't have better options. So I drove out and knocked on the side door like the ad said. Guy named Carl let me in. He ran security at the time. Older guy. Looked like he'd been doing this since the 80s. He barely looked at my resume. Just asked if I had a reliable ride and could stay awake past midnight. I said sure. He gave me a ring of keys, pointed to the break room, and that was that. Anyway, I have been working the night shift here since April. Wasn't supposed to be permanent. Picked it up to help cover bills while prices kept going up. Groceries, gas, Everything seemed more expensive this year. My 2 kids were already reminding me that Christmas was coming, and I didn't want to be the dad who shrugged when they asked for bikes. So I took the hours. Nights pay a little bit more. Nobody else wanted them. And it made sense at the time. The mall's mostly dead now. Has been for years. Most of the good stores left around 2017, and the ones that stayed just never got the hint. Somehow there's still a Radio Shack down by the East Wing. Nobody knows how it's open. Even the guy who works there doesn't seem sure. The food court's half shut, and the Chinese place only makes food if you call ahead. The escalator breaks at least twice a week, and nobody bothers fixing it unless somebody complains. Still, the lights come on every night. Somebody has to walk the halls. That someone is me. I work alone most of the time. Jerry handles the day shift, but he clocks out before sundown and doesn't ask questions. I'm fine with that. My only real partner on the job is Benny. He's a 6-year-old mutt with a good nose, a twitchy tail, and more common sense than most people I know. He walks every round with me, tail up, ears forward, always focused. I bought him a little police dog vest online as a joke, but he wears it like it's part of the uniform. People see him and smile, but I've learned to pay attention when he stops smiling. He takes the job seriously, even when I don't. The first time I saw kids playing the mall game was back in July. It was summer break, and they were bored. Most of them didn't even live nearby. They showed up in groups of 3 or 4, usually with a phone out and someone narrating in that fake, scary voice people use online. I caught him on camera slipping through a maintenance door that never locked right. First, I thought they were just filming, one of those abandoned mall walkthroughs. No big deal. But then they started coming back. Different kids, same behavior, moving in the same directions, touching the same doors, sitting in the same chairs and the same food court booths. They weren't just exploring, they were following instructions. I didn't understand it right away, but it felt too coordinated to be random. After a couple weeks, I stopped one of them and asked what the hell they were doing. He was maybe 16. Hoodie, flashlight, sneakers that lit up when he walked. He was very nervous, but actually polite. Said it was just a challenge. Something from TikTok. Said there were rules, and if you followed them, you could win. I asked what this meant. Win what? He said he didn't know. Just that if you followed the rules exactly, something weird might happen. I asked what the rules were. He rattled some off from memory, then showed me the full list on his phone. And that's when I realized this wasn't some prank. There were a lot of them. Numbered. Repeated online by dozens of accounts. Some rules matched. Some didn't. But enough were the same. So I started writing them down. Alright, well, rule 1. It's called the walk. It's how all of them start the game. The kids, I mean. Every version I've come across begins with this step. They show up sometime before 1 a.m. and wait outside one of the main entrances. That could be the east wing, the west wing, or the food court side. Doesn't matter which one, as long as it's one of the 3 front-facing doors. Back entrances, staff hallways, or side exits don't count. They all say the same thing. It has to be a main entrance, and it has to be exactly 1 a.m. The time seems very important to them. I've heard them say that's when the mall switches over, though no one's ever been clear on what that means. Some of them just repeat it like a rule, like something they read online but didn't question. I've looked through the security system logs. Sometimes around that hour, cameras glitch, lights flicker, or systems reset without warning. Doesn't happen every night, but often enough that I started paying attention. According to the kids, the walk is a focus test. The goal is to walk from the entrance straight to the central fountain. No stopping, no detours, and no looking into the store windows. That last part is the main rule. You're allowed to blink, shift your eyes a little, but you're not supposed to turn your head or glance into any display window along the way. If you do, you're out. You fail the walk. They act like it's a game of discipline, something to prove they can follow instructions. A few treat it like a challenge they can post online. Some even rate each other on how well they stayed focused or how far they got before messing up. Most of it's just talk, but I've watched enough of them try it now to know that the rule isn't just about focus. There's a reason you're not supposed to look. The storefront displays, they're not the same at night. I've worked here long enough to notice which stores leave their lights on and what their windows usually look like. After 1 a.m., some of those displays change. Stores that are empty during the day sometimes have mannequins inside at night. Other displays show doors open that should be locked. Sometimes the lights are off, but there's still something standing behind the glass. The mannequins move. It's small movements. They're not jumping out or shifting fast, but they don't stay put. This one night, I walked past the window of an old women's clothing store. It was empty earlier that week. When I came through that hallway after 1 a.m., there were 4 mannequins lined up at the front of the display. By the time I passed again during my next round, one of them had turned to face the glass. And that kind of thing happens often. I've seen a kid stand in front of a display and just freeze there. He didn't say anything, didn't move, just stared into the glass for too long. When I got his attention and asked what he saw, he said the mannequin inside had stepped forward. I checked the camera footage afterward. The feed was frozen during that time. Nothing recorded. Another night, I pulled 2 kids away from a window near the old jewelry store. They were standing too close. One of them had their phone up, filming. I saw what was behind the glass. A mannequin pressed up with its hand flat against it, like it'd been mid-step when they stopped to look. That display hadn't had anything in it the day before. Sometimes Benny notices them before I do. He'll stop walking and go real quiet. Not growling, not barking. Just still, tail stiff, eyes locked on something I can't see from my angle. Usually it's one of those windows. I don't ask questions when he does that. I just move along and call him after me. He always follows, but he doesn't take his eyes off the display until we're out of that hallway. The kids don't take any of it serious. They talk about points and rounds and beating the walk like there's some kind of prize at the end. But the way I see it, the walk isn't testing them. It's watching to see who's paying attention. The second someone looks into the glass, they're not just breaking a rule, they're making contact with something inside. If you reach the fountain without looking into the windows, the game says you pass. You're allowed to move on to the next part. If you fail, you're supposed to leave the mall right away and try again another night. Most kids don't take it that seriously. They mess around, get bored, and head out. But I have seen a few who don't. One boy disappeared from the cameras after failing the walk. His friends said he wanted to keep going anyway. We found him in the west stairwell 2 hours later, just sitting on the floor. He wouldn't say anything. He didn't respond when the paramedics arrived. He didn't even blink until they carried him out. Another kid ended up 10 miles away, wandering barefoot into a gas station at dawn. He couldn't explain how he got there. He told the officer he had taken a wrong turn somewhere behind the fountain, and that part of the mall has no back exit. So that's rule 1. Walk from the entrance to the fountain at exactly 1 a.m. Don't stop, don't speak, and don't look into the windows. Rule 2. Rule 2 is called the Echo Challenge. This step comes right after the kids finish Rule 1. If they reach the central fountain without breaking the first rule, the game tells them to head to the south wing. That hallway is on the far side of the mall, past the old pet store and the closed vitamin shop. It leads toward the freight elevator and what used to be the main employee service hallway when the mall was fully staffed. Once the player reaches the middle of that hallway, they're supposed to clap 1 time. Just once. The kids treat it like a signal for the next level. Some of them say it wakes up the mall for the next step. Others say it triggers the next challenge. There's no real explanation. They just repeat what they hear online. The rule says that if the clap comes back with a clean echo, same timing, same tone, then they pass and can move to Rule 3. If the echo takes too long or comes back sounding different, then they're supposed to stop immediately and leave the mall before 1:10 a.m. That part gets ignored a lot. The problem is that the south wing reacts to sound at night. I don't know the reason, and I've never seen a person down there after hours, but I have heard things move around in that wing, like heavy items dragging on the floor. I hear it during rounds sometimes. It's not every night, but when it happens, it always lines up with the same time, between 1:04 a.m. and 1:12 a.m. Benny refuses to go near that hallway no matter what time it is. He'll walk with me anywhere else in this mall, but not there. The south wing, it's also older than the rest of the building. When the mall was first designed, that hallway was supposed to connect to a second expansion that never happened. Construction began in the early 2000s, but there was a fire during the build-out. Wasn't publicized much, but a few employees working overnight were killed. The official story blamed faulty wiring, and cleanup started right away. They kept building for a little while after that, but the project was shut down not long after, unofficially. A bigger issue is the backroom doors in that area. The mall has several service corridors that run behind the storefronts. Most of them are locked, but the ones in the south wing have been opening on their own. I found them cracked open on nights when I know I checked them earlier. And whenever this happens, it's always around the same time, right after a group of teens try to play the mall game. And this brings us to the case you asked about earlier. The kid they found in the water tank on the roof. Yeah, that was Caleb Meyer. 14 years old,
came in with his older brother and 2 friends on August 19th. I wasn't near the entrances at the time, but I saw all of them on the security footage later before handing the tapes to the police. They entered through the food court doors at 12:56 a.m. Caleb was wearing a red hoodie, and the brother had a backpack. They stopped at the fountain like the game tells them to. It was around 1:03 a.m. when they got there. They talked for a bit, and then Caleb and his brother started walking toward the south wing. The other 2 stayed behind. That's not unusual. Sometimes kids split up when they want to film different parts of the challenge. The cameras recorded them entering the hallway at 1:06 a.m. At 1:08 a.m., the footage shows only the brother coming back. He turned around, walked a few steps backward, said something out of view, and then came back alone. He rejoined the others, and they all left the mall by 1:11 a.m. They didn't report Caleb missing until the next morning when he didn't come home. When officers questioned the brother, he said they both clapped just like the rules said. His echo came back right away, but Caleb's didn't. The brother described it as slow and uneven. He said it sounded like it bounced off a room that wasn't supposed to be there. He told Caleb they should head back, but Caleb said he wanted to check something real quick. He walked deeper into the hallway, and the brother left him there. 9 days later, maintenance workers noticed complaints from the shop owners about the tap water. When they checked the rooftop tank, they found Caleb inside, dead. The tank hatch was closed. The maintenance staff had to cut the lock to open it. The ladder inside the tank wasn't extended, and the access door leading to the roof didn't show signs of forced entry. He didn't have any broken bones, and there weren't marks that suggested he'd been in a fight. But there was an open wound on his abdomen that the coroner couldn't explain. And his liver was missing. His clothes were folded beside the tank, as if he'd taken his time arranging them. His shoes and socks were placed neatly next to the pile, lined up instead of kicked off. They didn't find his phone or his wallet. All I can tell you is that the hallway he walked into has a backroom door that connects to the service corridors. That door was found open that same night. I saw it myself. I used my own key to lock it again. I think Caleb made the mistake of hearing the wrong echo and staying anyway. Whatever answered him wasn't supposed to. And that's all I know about Rule 2 in that particular case, Detective. But there's 2 more rules that you should know about. Rule 3 is called Ride the Elevator. This is the step where things usually go wrong. If a kid makes it through the first 2 parts, the walk and the echo, then the next move is to go to the central elevator, not the service lift in the back, not the one near the food court. It has to be the main one in the middle of the mall, right next to the fountain. It's old, the panel inside scratched up. The lighting above it is dim, and sometimes the floor indicators don't light up at all. Still works though. Maintenance checks it once a month, and I've ridden it hundreds of times. Normally, it takes you to 3 places: the ground floor, the second floor, and the underground parking garage. That underground level is labeled C1 for Car Park 1. That's the only underground level the mall was supposed to have, at least officially. According to the kids who play the mall game, that elevator behaves very differently after 1 a.m. But only if you followed the first 2 steps exactly. If you mess one of them up, it just works like normal. But if you do everything right, they say the elevator will flicker when you press C1. Sometimes the button flashes twice. Sometimes it lights up, then shuts off, then lights up again. They call that the signal, like a confirmation that the game is still going. The goal is to ride the elevator all the way down to the parking garage. They say the ride takes longer than it should. The distance from the main floor to C1 is only one level, maybe 10 or 15 seconds, but the kids report staying inside for up to a full minute. Some say it feels longer than that. A few have filmed themselves standing inside, waiting, just to prove how long it takes. The elevator has no music, just that mechanical hum. They usually record their faces in the ceiling corner, using their phone cameras to catch their own expressions. I've seen those videos. Most get deleted or flagged. The ones that stay up just show them waiting. The footage usually ends when the doors open. They expect something scary, like a spooky parking garage. Some lights flickering, maybe something far away in the dark. That's what they come in hoping for. Something thrilling. Something that gives them a good reaction clip. But that's not what this step is. When the elevator reaches the bottom, it's not always C1 anymore. I've been in that elevator during the day. I've ridden it to check reports, test the panel, or take deliveries to the lower garage. During normal hours, the only options on the panel are G, 2, and C1. That's it. No surprises, nothing weird. But after 1 a.m., and only on certain nights, more buttons appear. I've seen them myself. Buttons labeled 01, 02, and 03. I've asked maintenance about it, and they say those levels don't exist. The elevator system isn't coded for more than one basement level. No blueprints include a second or third subfloor. Nothing in the electrical room shows power routed that far down. But I have seen those buttons with my own eyes, and so have the kids. The stories vary depending on who you ask. Some say pressing 01 takes you to an old, forgotten part of the mall that was buried when they redid the foundation. Others say pressing 02 or 03 brings you to something worse. A few online say that's the part where you go to hell, but most just call it the next step in the challenge. I've never pressed those buttons. I won't, but I've talked to people who did. At least the ones who came back. A couple of teens I stopped one morning said they made it all the way to level 01. They said the elevator opened to a hallway with yellow wallpaper and water up to their ankles. They didn't go far in. One of them said it felt like something horrible was just around the corner. A feeling they couldn't explain that eventually forced them to wade back to the still open elevator. I've heard the reports. The missing kids. I think Rule 3 is when most of them disappear or go missing. They step into that elevator, press a button, and the doors open to something they weren't ready for. After that, there's no camera footage. The elevator returns empty, sometimes after a delay. The button panel is back to normal when I check it. I have had to call more than one set of parents. I've looked through the footage. There's no struggle, no signs of panic, no alarms go off. They just ride the elevator down, the doors open, and that's it. They're gone. I don't know if it takes them to hell. I don't know if I believe in all that. But I do think it takes them somewhere they weren't supposed to go. Somewhere beneath a mall that isn't mapped, built, or maintained by anyone still working here. I think those extra floors are part of the same system the back rooms are connected to. The ones that open up when the south wing is active. Whatever's down there, it isn't empty. There's one more rule. Rule 4. I call it follow the dog, and it's the only rule that can actually save someone. Before I explain it, I need to be direct with you, because you're a detective, and you asked for the truth. There's something inside this mall. It lives in the back rooms, the service tunnels, sealed hallways, and unmapped basement levels that shouldn't exist. It's the reason the displays shift. It's the reason the South Wing acts the way it does. It's the reason the elevator goes places it shouldn't. And it follows the kids. Not all the time. Not every night. But when they get too far into the game, when they ignore warnings, stay past the time limit, or press the wrong button, that thing finds them. It moves quietly, and it's patient. When it gets close, the air changes in a way people don't notice at first. You feel pressure, or maybe just the sense that something is standing too close. Kids think it's nerves. It's not. The autopsies never get released publicly, but I have seen the reports for 2 of the missing kids you mentioned earlier. Both have the same thing in common: clean abdominal wounds and missing livers. No struggle marks. No trauma consistent with a fall or impact. Just that one detail. Do I think the monster eats kids? Not exactly. But it hunts them. And it eats certain body parts. Then it leaves the rest. That lines up with what I've seen in the hallways. Not directly. I've never seen that thing in full. I don't know what that thing really looks like. But Benny does. He's not trained for this, and I've never taught him anything special. But he's been with me long enough that he recognizes when that thing is nearby. He hears it before I do. He senses it when it slips between the unfinished walls or moves through the locked service corridors. Every single time that creature gets close to someone, close enough that the kid is about to do something stupid, like take a step into the wrong room, Benny is there first. He puts himself between them and whatever is behind them. Kids think he's part of the game. They see a dog show up in the middle of something spooky, and they assume he's a hint or a guide. They call out to him. They try to follow him deeper into the mall because they think they unlocked a secret stage. There's nothing special about it. Benny goes to them because the monster is very close. Last December, 3 boys snuck in through the service door behind the gym. They were loud, not scared at all. One of them was live streaming it, telling his chat he was about to do Rule 3. I watched them cut across the corridor from the camera feed. I started heading toward him, but Benny was faster. By the time I reached the South Wing entrance, Benny was already standing in front of the boys, ears forward, not wagging or excited, just alert. He was looking past them down the hallway. The 3 kids thought it was funny. One bent down and tried to pet him. The kid behind him pulled out his phone and said, "Whoa, is this a bonus round?" I got there just in time to stop them from walking any further. When I turned to look where Benny was facing, I saw something shift in the shadows of the unfinished hallway behind the old vitamin shop. It pulled back the moment Benny growled. Whatever that thing is. I think it's scared of dogs. If he hadn't found him, those boys would have kept going. Another time, this was last spring, a girl was trying to record the elevator part of the game. We were on the elevator with her when she quickly pressed C1, and the door didn't open to the right floor. The hallway she stepped into wasn't part of the mall I knew. It had pipes on the ceiling and a long line of dark concrete rooms with no numbers. She thought it was the secret basement level, so she quickly stepped out with her phone held high. Benny sprinted past me the moment the elevator opened. He shoved himself between her and the hallway, barking hard enough to echo. She froze, and then the lights down that hallway, the ones I didn't know, started shutting off one after another, each click louder than the last. Something was walking in the darkness, coming toward us. She backed into the elevator, and I slammed the door close button. We didn't talk for the rest of the ride. And that's why I tell people this rule plainly. No metaphors, no jokes. If the dog finds you, the game is over. Follow him out, or you won't leave at all. Kids don't understand how the mall behaves when someone gets too far into the game. They think the flickering lights and the changing hallways are all scripted to scare them. They don't realize the mall is helping it move. They don't notice when it funnels them toward the exact two places they should never go: the South Wing and the unmapped basement levels. The South Wing connects to the back rooms, and the back rooms are where that thing lives. That's where the half-finished hallways are. That's where the sealed fire doors open by themselves. That's where the fire happened years ago. The one they blamed on faulty wiring, even though the workers' bodies were found in positions that didn't match smoke inhalation. People say the expansion stopped because of that. They say the blueprints were shredded on purpose, and nobody talks about it anymore. As for the basement levels, the elevator shouldn't even reach them. But when someone plays the game right, the mall opens paths that aren't supposed to exist. And when someone steps through those paths, that thing follows. And that's why Benny is the last rule. He is the only warning you get. If he finds you, don't film him. Just follow him. Immediately. More often than not, animals know something we don't. And that's everything. Every rule, every sighting, at least most of them, every kid I had to walk out by the arm, shaking and silent. I've told you what I've seen, and what I've pulled from the logbooks, the broken cameras, and whatever the mall didn't swallow whole. You asked me for the truth, or something close to it. And that's what you got. There isn't more to explain, not really. Some nights I still hear footsteps where there shouldn't be any. Sometimes I catch glimpses on monitors that don't record. Sometimes Benny growls at nothing for a little too long. But that's just the job now. We'll be sticking around, me and Benny. Same uniform, same loop, same elevator that still thinks there's a floor beneath the parking garage. Someone has to keep the kids from pressing the wrong button. I'm not sure what's going to become of this place. Are they going to tear it down? Seems like there might be a chance of that, considering we got you detectives sniffing around the place. But nah, I know the county mayor. He keeps this joint running even if it cost him a few kids. That's how he thinks. Probably tells himself none of this is real and that all the disappearances aren't connected. Benny and I will just have to keep doing our jobs, saving as many as we can. As for you, you've got a badge, you've got a folder full of missing persons reports, you've got enough to file something, push it up the chain, maybe even get a meeting scheduled, who knows. But let's be honest, you've seen the same footage I have. You've read the statements. You know there's no one you can hand this to who will believe any of it. So here's what I'll say. You don't need to believe all of it. You don't need to write it down word for word. But the next time someone brings you a case that leads back to this place, and they will, I want you to remember what I told you. If you ever come back after dark,